You're tuned in to the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network. Today's Long Island Ducks game broadcast will begin shortly. Every game this season will be broadcast live on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network with high-definition video and audio via Boxcast. Fans can tune into the game on the Ducks' official Facebook page and YouTube channel, as well as the team's official website, liducks.com. Thank you for tuning in, and stand by for complete coverage of today's game. Long Island Ducks season ticket packages are on sale now. Enjoy the best savings and most benefits available to cheer on your hometown team. 10-game mini plans are also on sale and offer fans the same great seats for 10 games throughout the season, as well as many other exciting opportunities. To find out more information and secure your seats, please call 631-940-3825 during normal business hours. The Bethpage Ballpark box office is now open for individual ticket sales, and box office hours are Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. and Saturday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Fans can also purchase their tickets by calling 631-940-TIXX or by visiting liducks.com and clicking on the tickets icon. The Ducks offer many packages available for groups with as little as 25 people to as many as 2,000. We offer block seating, pregame and in-game picnics, luxury suites, the exclusive Smokin' Owl's party deck, and so much more. In addition, groups have the opportunity to take part in a variety of experiences, such as performing the national anthem or taking the field with the Ducks as the Dream Team. Group ticket packages are now on sale. For more information on Ducks group outings, call 631-940-3825 or visit liducks.com. Looking for official Long Island Ducks merchandise, hard-to-find memorabilia, team apparel, and so much more? Then be sure to check out the Waddle & Shop, the official merchandise store of the Ducks. Fans can visit the shop online anytime at liducks.com by clicking the merchandise icon. Store hours on game days are from noon to 4 p.m. and during the game from inside the ballpark only. On non-game days, the store is open Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Children 14 and under can become members of the Bethpage Federal Credit Union Long Island Ducks Kids Club now. Kids will receive a unique gift package and take part in a variety of fun activities that come with being a member of the Kids Club. For more information on how to sign your child up, please call 631-940-3825 during normal business hours. Quacker Jack, the 7-time Best Long Island mascot, is now available for appearances at parties and other special events throughout the Long Island community. Please contact the Community Relations Department at 631-940-3825 to find out more information and to book an appearance. Once again, thank you for tuning in to the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network. Today's game will begin momentarily. You're tuned in to the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network. Today's Long Island Ducks game broadcast will begin shortly. Every game this season will be broadcast live on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network with high-definition video and audio via Boxcast. Fans can tune into the game on the Ducks' official Facebook page and YouTube channel, as well as the team's official website, liducks.com. Thank you for tuning in, and stand by for complete coverage of today's game. Long Island Ducks season ticket packages are on sale now. Enjoy the best savings and most benefits available to cheer on your hometown team. 10-game mini plans are also on sale and offer fans the same great seats for 10 games throughout the season, as well as many other exciting opportunities. To find out more information and secure your seats, please call 631-940-3825 during normal business hours. The Bethpage Ballpark box office is now open for individual ticket sales, and box office hours are Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. and Saturday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Fans can also purchase their tickets by calling 631-940-TIXX or by visiting liducks.com and clicking on the tickets icon. The Ducks offer many packages available for groups with as little as 25 people to as many as 2,000. We offer block seating, pregame and in-game picnics, luxury suites, the exclusive Smokin' Owl's party deck, and so much more. In addition, groups have the opportunity to take part in a variety of experiences, such as performing the national anthem or taking the field with the Ducks as the Dream Team. Group ticket packages are now on sale. For more information on Ducks group outings, call 631-940-3825 or visit liducks.com. Looking for official Long Island Ducks merchandise, hard-to-find memorabilia, team apparel, and so much more? Then be sure to check out the Waddle & Shop, the official merchandise store of the Ducks. Fans can visit the shop online anytime at liducks.com by clicking the merchandise icon. Store hours on game days are from noon to 4 p.m. and during the game from inside the ballpark only. On non-game days, the store is open Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Children 14 and under can become members of the Bethpage Federal Credit Union Long Island Ducks Kids Club now. Kids will receive a unique gift package and take part in a variety of fun activities that come with being a member of the Kids Club. For more information on how to sign your child up, please call 631-940-3825 during normal business hours. Quacker Jack, the 7-time Best Long Island mascot, is now available for appearances at parties and other special events throughout the Long Island community. Please contact the Community Relations Department at 631-940-3825 to find out more information and to book an appearance. Once again, thank you for tuning in to the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network. Today's game will begin momentarily. You're tuned in to the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network. Today's Long Island Ducks game broadcast will begin shortly. Every game this season will be broadcast live on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network with high-definition video and audio via Boxcast. Fans can tune into the game on the Ducks' official Facebook page and YouTube channel, as well as the team's official website, liducks.com. Thank you for tuning in, and stand by for complete coverage of today's game. Long Island Ducks season ticket packages are on sale now. Enjoy the best savings and most benefits available to cheer on your hometown team. 10-game mini plans are also on sale and offer fans the same great seats for 10 games throughout the season, as well as many other exciting opportunities. To find out more information and secure your seats, please call 631-940-3825 during normal business hours. The Bethpage Ballpark box office is now open for individual ticket sales, and box office hours are Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. and Saturday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Fans can also purchase their tickets by calling 631-940-TIXX or by visiting liducks.com and clicking on the tickets icon. The Ducks offer many packages available for groups with as little as 25 people to as many as 2,000. We offer block seating, pregame and in-game picnics, luxury suites, the exclusive Smoke and Owls party deck, and so much more. In addition, groups have the opportunity to take part in a variety of experiences, such as performing the national anthem or taking the field with the Ducks as the Dream Team. Group ticket packages are now on sale. For more information on Ducks group outings, call 631-940-3825 or visit liducks.com. Looking for official Long Island Ducks merchandise, hard-to-find memorabilia, team apparel, and so much more? Then be sure to check out the Waddle & Shop, the official merchandise store of the Ducks. Fans can visit the shop online anytime at liducks.com by clicking the merchandise icon. Store hours on game days are from noon to 4 p.m. and during the game from inside the ballpark only. On non-game days, the store is open Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Children 14 and under can become members of the Bethpage Federal Credit Union Long Island Ducks Kids Club now. Kids will receive a unique gift package and take part in a variety of fun activities that come with being a member of the Kids Club. For more information on how to sign your child up, please call 631-940-3825 during normal business hours. Quacker Jack, the 7-time Best Long Island mascot, is now available for appearances at parties and other special events throughout the Long Island community. Please contact the Community Relations Department at 631-940-3825 to find out more information and to book an appearance. Once again, thank you for tuning in to the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network. Today's game will begin momentarily.
This is Long Island Ducks baseball.
Justin Davies at the plate, the winning run at third. Crowd going nuts. Swung on, bouncing ball left side, off the mitt, up third baseman Brad Strauss. Here comes Willie Rodriguez. Justin Davies has done it again. The Ducks are one quack away from the championship. Jason Johnson makes the catch. He makes the catch, and the Long Island Ducks have
is Adam Bailey. He settles under it. He makes the catch. Adam Bailey makes the catch. And for a second straight year, the Atlantic League trophy will reside on Long Island. The Ducks are the Atlantic League champions.
Swinging a ground ball, hit toward short, charging in his lines. He fields, throws to first. The comeback is complete. From 2-0 down in the series, the Long Island Ducks have won 3 in a row at home. And for the 5th time in franchise history, they will head to the Atlantic League Championship Series.
And now it's time for the Long Island Ducks pregame show.
And live from Regency Furniture Stadium in Waldorf, Maryland, this is the Long Island Ducks pregame show. Joe Vasile here with you this evening on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network. And a pleasant good evening to you. It is a beautiful evening here in Southern Maryland as the Long Island Ducks begin their final pre-All-Star Game series of 2017. Tonight they take on the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs on the road, the place where the Ducks began the season back on April 20th, 21st, and 22nd with a season-opening 3-game series. Both of these teams look a little bit different since that time, but for the Ducks, they've been going pretty well here to start the second half. They're 2-2 overall, including a loss in a tight contest to the Lancaster Barnstormers last night. 7-6 was the final up at Bethpage Ballpark. The Ducks took the lead in the bottom of the 8th inning, but then in the top of the 9th, Caleb Gindel hit a 2-run home run off of Amalio Diaz to give the Barnstormers a 7-6 victory and a series split for the Ducks in their first series of the second half. But things, again, overall have been trending in a positive direction for Long Island, including going 5-2 on that last homestand, which included a 3-game sweep of these Southern Maryland Blue Crabs over the weekend. On the mound tonight for the Long Island Ducks is Dennis O'Grady. The Southern Maryland Blue Crabs send all-star right-hander Darryl Thompson to the mound to take on O'Grady. We'll talk a little bit more about that pitching matchup and a whole lot more right on the other side of this quick break. We'll be right back with more on the Long Island Ducks pregame show. Right after this, you're listening to Long Island Ducks baseball on the Ducks Broadcast Network.
This is manager Kevin Baez, and you're listening to Ducks baseball on Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
Going way back is Joe Holden, and he is looking up, and that one is headed to field 5 at Robert Moses. The waves are gnarly, and the Ducks have tied it at 1. That was another home run for the Ducks. And Duck fans, what's more fun than a home run that helps the Ducks win a game? How about a homer that helps the community win? Chappie's Funeral Home and the Long Island Ducks have once again teamed up for the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 homers this season, Chappie's Funeral Home will donate $5,000 to the Quackerjack Foundation. So every time a Ducks hitter goes deep this season, watch for the Chappie's Challenge home run count on the scoreboard. And if we reach 100, we're all a winner. Chappie's Funeral Home, where caring for others is a family tradition.
Can't get enough of the Long Island Ducks? Well, now you can get even more inside info on your favorite hometown team through Facebook and Twitter. The Ducks are constantly updating fans through social media with scores, transactions, ballpark promotions, and much more. You can even win great prizes. All you'll need to do is make a free account on Facebook and Twitter, and then visit us at facebook.com/LIDucks and twitter.com/LIDucks. Think you're Long Island's biggest Ducks fan? Get connected now.
And we welcome you back to Regency Furniture Stadium here in Waldorf, Maryland. Joe Vasile with you on the Long Island Ducks pregame show tonight. We mentioned before the break that Dennis O'Grady, the Floral Park, New York native, takes the mound for the Ducks in Game 1 of a 3-game series this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in Waldorf, Maryland. And O'Grady has had a little bit of an up-and-down season. He's started the season off in the bullpen, made 3 appearances out of the pen, including 2 scoreless innings against the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs right here back all the way on the 21st of April, and then got moved into the starting rotation. And after some initial success, hit a little bit of a rough patch at the beginning of June, but in his last start against the Blue Crabs, he started to turn things around. He ended up getting a win, going 6 2/3 innings, his second longest start of this season, against the Somerset Patriots back on May 20th. He went 7 and even pitched into the 8th, taking a no-hitter into the 8th inning at Bethpage Ballpark. But for O'Grady, he did give up 5 runs on 8 hits in those 6 2/3 innings. But again, importantly, left with the win as his offense was there to pick him up. That's been something that's plagued him a little bit this season. The run support has been more or less hit or miss for O'Grady. Again, the Ducks scored 10 runs for him in his last start, but in his 3 starts previous to that, the Ducks had scored just a combined 2 runs in his support. So, that 4-5 record that he carries, maybe not overall indicative of just how well O'Grady has pitched at times this season. But also, additionally to that, O'Grady has seen recently his strikeouts start to trend down. Much of the season, he was averaging about a strikeout per inning. He's fallen off that pace considerably in his last 2 starts. He's recorded just 3 strikeouts in 12 2/3 innings, but the walks have continued to be a little bit of an issue for O'Grady. He's been working on that and trying to get that down, but in 10 of his 11 starts this year, he's walked at least 2 batters, and if there really has been a bugaboo for him this season, something that's within his control as opposed to a lack of run support or whatnot, it's really been the walks are probably a lot higher than Dennis O'Grady would like to see. Meanwhile, for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, Darryl Thompson, the right-hander, takes the bump. His last outing was back on July 1st against the Ducks. He pitched very well. He went 7 innings in that contest and allowed just 2 runs on 6 hits, but his bullpen failed him as the Ducks ended up winning that game by a 10-8 final at Bethpage Ballpark. Overall, Thompson, again, who will be representing the Blue Crabs in the All-Star game at Somerset next Wednesday, is 5-4 with a 3.91 earned run average on the season. This is also going to be his 110th career appearance in the Atlantic League. Thompson at one point made his major league debut with the New York Yankees, and again, after a little bit of a shaky year last year, he went just 5-9 with an ERA close to 5 for Southern Maryland. Thompson has been much better this year and has picked up a well-deserved All-Star game nod. So we'll take another step aside. When we return, we'll run down starting lineups and get you set up for first pitch. You're listening to the Long Island Ducks pregame show here on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
Hey fans, this is pitching coach Billy Horn, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
Oh, I love it! The color of my new Nicolot patio is so vibrant. It's unlike anything I've ever seen.
You're welcome. I'm just going to go finish that Nicolot walkway now.
Make your pavers vivid Nicolot pavers. The best looking, most vibrant pavers with the most 3-color blends in the industry. Featuring Nicolot's exclusive paver shield and color blending technology. With color throughout and guaranteed not to fade. Live life in color with Nicolot. Visit Nicolot.com.
Have your birthday at the ballpark this season and celebrate with the flock. Kona Ice birthday party packages with the Long Island Ducks are now available. Each package includes 10 box seats, a commemorative birthday t-shirt and autographed baseball, a pizza and Kona Ice party in the Hebrew National Picnic area, and so much more. Best of all, the birthday child will stand on the dugout while the entire crowd sings happy birthday. Reserve your party today by calling the group sales department at 631-940-3825. Kona Ice birthday parties with the Long Island Ducks, a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
And welcome you back to the Long Island Ducks pregame show here on the Ducks Broadcast Network. Joe Vasile with you from Regency Furniture Stadium in Waldorf, Maryland. Let's take a look around the Atlantic League and get you caught up on all the other action going around the circuit tonight. Full slate of games after yesterday. There was 2 teams getting a scheduled day off and 2 teams getting rained out, including the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Overall, right now, let's take a look at the standings first. In the Liberty Division, in terms of the second half, the New Britain Bees are on top with a 2-1 record. That puts them a half a game ahead of the Bridgeport Bluefish and the Long Island Ducks, who are both 2-2, and the Somerset Patriots are 1-2. Tonight, New Britain is on the road at Bridgeport at the ballpark at Harbor Yard, taking on the Bluefish. That game, again, scheduled for 6:35. 6:30 start at Clipper Magazine Stadium, where the Lancaster Barnstormers play host to the York Revolution tonight. Lancaster going back home after splitting the 4-game series with the Ducks over these past 4 days to start the second half. And the Somerset Patriots are at home at TD Bank Ballpark to take on the Sugarland Skeeters. We told you about the Liberty Division, tell you about what's going on in the Freedom Division in the second half. The Southern Maryland Blue Crabs are in first place with a 2-1 record that puts them a half a game ahead of the York Revolution and the Lancaster Barnstormers, who are both at 2-2, and the Sugarland Skeeters are 1-2 and sitting in fourth place, an entire 1 game behind the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Speaking of those Blue Crabs, their manager is John Harris, and let's tell you about their starting lineup. Leading things off for the Blue Crabs tonight will be the second baseman, Jose Lozada, while the shortstop, Edwin Garcia, bats second. Zach Wilson will play first base tonight and bat third, while Michael Snyder is the designated hitter, and he will bat cleanup. The center fielder is Corey Vaughn. He hits fifth, while L.J. Hose, who we saw play a lot of infield over the weekend when Southern Maryland came up to Bethpage Ballpark. Hose will bat sixth and play left field in front of the Mini Green Monster out here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Zach Cohn patrols the cavernous right field tonight. He'll bat seventh, while Luis Allen does the catching, batting eighth, and Patrick Palmero, off the disabled list, bats ninth and plays third base. Again, Darrell Thompson is on the mound for the Blue Crabs. Meanwhile, the Long Island Ducks are managed by Kevin Baez, and Phelan Lentini will lead things off and play right field for them tonight. Quentin Barry is in center. He'll bat second, while Lou Ford, fresh off hitting his 6th home run of the season yesterday, bats third and will DH. Angelo Sonka was at first base batting cleanup, while Ruben Gotay mans the hot corner and bats fifth. Mark Krause is in the left field tonight, batting sixth, while Alex Berg does the catching and hits seventh. Giovanni Alfonso, probably the biggest all-star snub in the Atlantic League, bats in the 8-hole tonight and plays second base. Alfonso hitting .347 on the season, while Dan Lyons rounds out the lineup, batting ninth and playing shortstop with Dennis O'Grady on the mound. So we'll take a step aside as we're set for the national anthem and come back with first pitch from Waldorf. You're listening to Long Island Ducks pregame show on the Ducks Broadcast Network.
Hey fans, this is Bud Harrelson, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
Oh, I love it! The color of my new Nicolot patio is so vibrant. It's unlike anything I've ever seen.
You're welcome. I'm just going to go finish that Nicolak walkway now.
Make your pavers vivid Nicolot pavers. The best looking, most vibrant pavers with the most 3-color blends in the industry. Featuring Nicolot's exclusive paver shield and color blending technology. With color throughout and guaranteed not to fade. Live life in color with Nicolot. Visit Nicolot.com.
Family fun every time. Beautiful evening for baseball. Big action every time.
He reaches up, it's gone!
Great value every time.
And the Ducks have won it 7-1.
The Ducks schedule is loaded with new promotions this season. And with an average ticket price of just $10 and free parking, there is no better value on Long Island. For game times and tickets, visit liducks.com. Long Island Ducks Baseball. Good times every time.
Hey, Ducks fans, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks is the Radisson Hotel Hauppauge, Long Island. It's centrally located on the north shore of Long Island and offers a home away from home for both business and leisure guests. The Radisson Hotel Hauppauge, Long Island features an indoor pool, 24-hour business center, a fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi in all guest rooms. Enjoy the contemporary American cuisine at the Fountain Grill restaurant or grab a quick bite to eat at Cafe Pronto. And best of all, it's only minutes away from Bethpage Ballpark. The Radisson Hotel Hauppauge, Long Island, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks. Call 631-231-1100 today. That's 631-231-1100. Long Island's Ford Giant is celebrating its 60th year anniversary. Stop by Sayville Ford to check out their state-of-the-art showroom featuring enclosed service drives, luxurious customer lounge, and a larger selection to choose from. Get giant savings on hundreds of new and used vehicles in stock. Sayville Ford's 60th anniversary celebration is going on now. Visit SayvilleFord.com or download the Sayville Ford app today to learn more about Sayville Ford's 60th anniversary savings. Call 631-589-4800 today.
Have your birthday at the ballpark this season and celebrate with the flock. Kona Ice birthday party packages with the Long Island Ducks are now available. Each package includes 10 box seats, a commemorative birthday t-shirt and autographed baseball, a pizza and Kona Ice party in the Hebrew National Picnic area, and so much more. Best of all, the birthday child will stand on the dugout while the entire crowd sings happy birthday. Reserve your party today by calling the group sales department at 631-940-3825. Kona Ice birthday parties with the Long Island Ducks, a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
And we welcome you back to Regency Furniture Stadium here. The Long Island Ducks set to take on the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs tonight to begin a 3-game series. It's the Blue Crabs in the alternate light blue jerseys with Blue Crabs written across the front in white, numbers in big, bold block letters on the back, also in solid white. The Ducks wearing the orange jersey tops tonight with the road gray pants. Kevin Baez is off chatting up Patrick Palmero, getting set to coach third base and manage the Ducks tonight. It'll be Phelan Lentini, Quentin Berry, and Lou Ford due up here in the top of the first against Darryl Thompson. In case you missed the starting lineup on the pregame show, it goes Lentini, Berry, Ford, Angelo Sanco, Ruben Gotay, Mark Krause, Alex Berg, Giovanni Alfonso, and Dan Lyons. So that's the starting 9 for Long Island as Lentini gets set to dig in. Right-handed batter, wears number 24 on his back, and playing right field tonight for the Long Island Ducks. First pitch on the way from Darryl Thompson is a fastball in the outside corner, in for a called strike. And at 6:38 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, we are underway a couple of minutes after we started our schedule. The pitch from Thompson, swinging a chopper hit to third base. That'll go wide of the bag and called foul. And the count now even up at, the count runs to 0-2 to Phelan Lentini. Lentini hitting .226 on the season for Long Island. A little bit of a struggle here in the early going. Can't really say that anymore as the 0-2 misses high and tight. It's now 1-2. Certainly doesn't qualify as the early going anymore for Lentini, but it's been kind of a season of fits and starts for the Ducks right fielder. On the pitch, that one misses low, and the count now even up at 2-2. It's been one of those upswings lately for Lentini. It's a good sign for Long Island. He's a very important guy, the catalyst up at the top of the lineup to really get going. And it's been kind of rough without him being that presence as he swings and lines one out in the left field. That'll get down for a base hit. Phelan Lentini leads the game off with a single to left field. Sounded like the bat might have broken, but I'm sure he's happy to trade the bat for a base hit here. The Ducks have the leadoff man on in the top of the first inning, and that'll bring up Quentin Berry. Berry playing in just his 4th game since being signed and activated by the Ducks over the weekend. He's got a couple of hits. He's batted up near the top of the lineup. Very good speed. Plays a solid defense in center field as well. Lentini with his leadoff first, being held on by Zach Wilson. Thompson out of the stretch, and the first pitch to Berry is swung on and fouled off at home plate. Count 0-1. Lentini, of course, always a threat to run at first base. 28 stolen bases in 30 attempts. Second in the Atlantic League to Darian Sanford. At 33 for Lancaster before having his contract purchased a few weeks back. Pickoff attempt at first and back in safely as Lentini. Lentini, even at 39 years old, actually just about a month away from his 40th birthday, still flashing a lot of speed out on the base paths. Thompson set, now the pitch. Swing and a miss by Berry, and the count now 0-2. So now Berry behind the 8 ball, no balls and 2 strikes. Top of the first inning, no score between the Long Island Ducks and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs here on a beautiful Friday night for baseball. Thompson set, here's the pitch. Swinging a ground ball through the right side and into right field for a base hit. Lentini turns second, he's heading for third, and Zach Cohn overruns the ball, and Lentini will get into third standing. Cohn looked like that ball just hit off the edges of the fingers of his glove and just stuck down in right field. And that allows Lentini to go first to third without a throw. It's back-to-back hits for the Ducks to get the game going. They've got runners on the corners with nobody out in the first inning. We'll see. They have a manual scoreboard out in left field on that mini monster. They have not put an error up, so I think that's the right call because Lentini was going to third anyway. It's not like he was stopped and then saw Cohn overrun it and decided to go. Berry at first, Lentini at third, and here's Lou Ford. First pitch in for a called strike. He counts 0-1 to Ford. After a little bit of a slow start, Lou's picked it up with the bat lately. Really mashing the ball. He's got the average up over 300. And listen to this for Ford over his last 5 and then 10 games as the 0-1 is in for a strike. It's now 0-2. We'll start with over the last 10 games, Lou Ford is hitting .410 with 3 home runs. In his last 5 games, he's hitting .526. 10 hits and 19 at-bats, 2 home runs and 4 runs batted in. Pitch to Ford is swung on and missed. And that's strike 3 and out number 1 for Darryl Thompson. So Ford goes down on strikes for the first out of the inning, and obviously the runners don't advance. So 1 gone, and that'll bring up Angelo Sonko. Top of the first inning, no score between the Long Island Ducks and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. By the way, it was 87 degrees at first pitch under clear skies here in Waldorf, Maryland. A few wispy clouds up above, but those have even moved out some. The lefty Sonko digs in. First pitch, swinging a high fly, ball left in the air to deep right field towards the corner. Cohn giving chase onto the warning track, out of sight in the corner. He makes the catch, tagging up at third, and coming in to score is Phelan Lentini. It's a sacrifice fly and a run batted in for Angelo Sonko, and the Long Island Ducks take a 1-0 lead here in the first inning. So for Sonko, who's been struggling a little bit heading into the All-Star break, an out, but a productive one at that, as he skied one out to the wall down in the right field corner. And despite it being caught by Cohn, was able to get a run home, and the Ducks take the early 1-0 lead. So 2 outs, that'll bring up the switch-hitting Ruben Gotay. Adding for the left-hand side, first pitch. One misses low, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. Gotay at .241 on the season for Long Island since joining the club in about mid-June. Was a Duck last year. This his 2nd year. Wide open stance as a left-handed batter. Now the pitch. That one's on the outside corner for a called strike. Good fastball from Thompson. Counts even at 1. Quentin Berry with excellent speed aboard at first base. So he got a stolen base in his time with Long Island. Being held on by the first baseman, Zach Wilson. Now the pitch. Berry starts and stops, and the pitch misses outside. It's now 2-1. Infield and outfield playing straight away against Gotay, who's got a pair of home runs this season. 1 from each side of the plate. And both on the last homestand. Thompson set at the letters. Now the pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. But pardon me, that's strike 2, the way Gotay was walking back to the dugout. Count even up at 2. Thompson's pitch. Swinging a line drive hit into center field. That'll get down for a base hit. Berry was running on contact, so he'll go first to third on the play. It's the 3rd hit of the inning for Long Island. And runners are back on the corners with now 2 outs, and that'll bring up Mark Krause. Gotay did a good job going with that outside pitch and just poking it in his center field. dropping it in front of Corey Vaughn for a base hit. Give you the defensive alignment for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. In left field, it's L.J. Hose. In center field, Corey Vaughn. The right fielder is Zach Cohn. On the infield, Zach Wilson's at first base. Jose Lozada's at second. Edwin Garcia is the shortstop, and Patrick Palmero mans third. Luis Allen does the catching. Lefty Krause stands deep in the batter's box. And the first pitch on the way from Thompson. Fastball in the outside corner for a called strike. The count 0-1 to Mark. Krause a .246 hitter, but a .361 on base percentage for Long Island this year. Helped out by drawing a team-leading 37 bases on balls this year. Pitch. Missed low, and the count now even up at 1-1. He's got a very good eye at the plate that he combines with some good power. He's played both corner outfield spots this year, as well as the bulk of the time at first base. Thompson comes set, now the pitch. That one misses outside. Count out 2 balls and 1 strike. 2 outs here in the top of the first inning, 1-0 Long Island. Quentin Berry with good speed on third. Ruben Gotay with good speed on first. Alex Berg on deck, hoping that Krause can extend the inning for him. Pitch. In at the letters with a fastball, and the count now even up at 2-2. Thompson, 1 strike away from limiting the damage to just 1 run here in the top of the first inning. Catcher Allen sets up inside, now the pitch. And this is down in the dirt, but blocked by Allen to drop to his knees to get it. Count now full, 3 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs. And that'll give Ruben Gotay the automatic start from first base. So with him being off and running with the pitch, Zach Wilson will now play behind Gotay as the infield shades. Not quite a full shift, but just shading for Krause to pull the ball. Thompson comes set at the letters, the pitch. That one misses inside for ball 4, and the bases are loaded with 2 outs. So Gotay can slow down to a jog as he pulls into second base. That brings up Alex Berg with the bases loaded in the top of the first inning. And a 1-0 advantage for Long Island. And Berg with an opportunity here to make it more. Berg's been really struggling as of late. 0 for his last 21 at the plate after getting off to such a hot start. He's cooled off. First pitch in for a called strike to Berg, and the count 0-1. Average has fallen all the way down to .225 for Alex. Will represent the Ducks as an all-star at the Atlantic League All-Star Game in Somerset next week. Pitch. Misses low. And a little bit outside as well. The count even up now, 1 ball and 1 strike. Bases loaded with Ducks. Quentin Berry at third base. Ruben Gotay at second. Mark Krause at first. Ducks lead at 1-0 on a sacrifice fly from Angelo Sanko. Thompson is set. Now the 1-1. That one's in for a called strike. The count now 1-2. So now for the 3rd straight batter. Here with 2 outs, Darrell Thompson has recorded 2 strikes and an opportunity with 1 more to get out of the inning. He allowed a hit to Ruben Gotay and walk to Mark Krause. Those first 2 batters. Now timeout is called here at home plate as Alex Berg will wipe some sweat off his brow. Now dig back in. Thompson peers in for his signs from Allen. Now he comes set. Allen sets up outside. The pitch. Check swinging a ball in the dirt. They appeal to first base. They say Berg was able to hold up on the swing. Count even up at 2-2. It was Jorge Turan, the first base umpire, making the call. Turan is out there, joined on the base paths. The third base umpire is Silvio Martinez. And Jim Clayton is calling balls and strikes tonight That is tonight's umpiring crew. 2 balls, 2 strikes, the count to Alex Burr. Thompson comes set. Allen sets up outside again, the 2-2. Breaking ball just missed outside. Well, that one was close, and you could tell Thompson really thought that he had that one. Though he didn't show up the umpire or anything by starting to walk off the field or anything. But the count now full, the merry-go-round in motion. Barry will leave from third, Gotay from second, Kraus from first with the pitch. Thompson is set, the runners go, and it's swung on and missed by Berg. Strike 3 and the inning is over. The Ducks score 1 run on 3 hits. There were no errors, and they leave them loaded here in the first. It's 1-0 Long Island. You're listening to the Ducks Broadcast Network.
Hey fans, this is pitcher John Brownell, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
Bethpage Ballpark is a great place to watch a ball game, so why not do so from some of the best seats in the house? The Ducks are proud to present the brand new Long Island Ducks Beer Garden. Open for all fans on nights when the Smokin' Owl's party deck has not been reserved, the Beer Garden will feature a variety of frosty draft and bottled brews, as well as several food choices. The area has been decked out with bar rail seating and Ducks branded furniture to provide a comfortable atmosphere for everyone. Be sure to stop by and check out the brand new Long Island Ducks Beer Garden on your next visit to the ballpark.
Long Island's Ford Giant is celebrating its 60th year anniversary. Stop by Sayville Ford to check out their state-of-the-art showroom featuring enclosed service drives, luxurious customer lounge, and a larger selection to choose from. Get giant savings on hundreds of new and used vehicles in stock. Sayville Ford's 60th anniversary celebration is going on now. Visit SayvilleFord.com or download the Sayville Ford app today to learn more about Sayville Ford's 60th anniversary savings. Call 631-589-4800 today.
Fans, every walk by a Ducks batter this season is presented by CityMD Urgent Care. There are over 15 CityMD locations across Long Island offering the comprehensive quality care you need the moment you need it. CityMD Urgent Care. Need a doctor? Just walk in. Well, the Long Island Ducks have a 1-0 lead as we go to the bottom of the first inning, and Dennis O'Grady takes his warm-up tosses on the mound. We'll run back through the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs starting lineup while we've got you. It's Jose Lozada leading things off and playing second base, followed up by Edwin Garcia and Zach Wilson. That's the do-up here in inning number 1. After that, it'll be Michael Snyder, Corey Vaughn, LJ Hose, Zach Cohn, Luis Allen, and Patrick Palmero. That's all going against Dennis O'Grady, the Ducks starting pitcher making his 12th start of the season. So Lozada will lead things off, a .282 hitter on the season for Southern Maryland. That's from the left-hand side against the righty tossing O'Grady as the third baseman Ruben Gotay plays in on the cut of the grass at third base. First pitch on the way, misses outside with a fastball, and the count 1 ball and no strikes to Jose Lozada. Well, last Saturday at Bethpage Ballpark, Jose Lozada struck out looking to start the game. Pitch in for called strike. The count now is even up at 1-1. And then was promptly ejected for arguing balls and strikes. It started a rather silly merry-go-round and carousel, if you will, at second base that night for Southern Maryland as the 1-1 is fouled back. It's now 1-2. He started the night at second base, and LJ Hose was at third. Then when Lozada got ejected from the game, Hose moved over to second base. And then went back over to third later on in the game. After an injury, Lozada loops one into right field. That'll fall down for a base hit. So Jose Lozada gets things going for Southern Maryland here in the top of the first inning with a base hit into right field. And that'll bring up Edwin Garcia. So nearly identical starts for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs and the Long Island Ducks tonight. Both leadoff hitters leading off the game with a single. So we'll see what the play is here for the Blue Crabs, with the Ducks leading 1-0 in the bottom of the first inning. Run on 3 hits, no errors for Long Island. 0-1 and 0 for Southern Maryland. So Grady working out of the stretch as he always does. Spins and throws over to first, and Lozada got back in with a head first dive. Jose Lozada leads the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs with 18 stolen bases. Pickoff attempt at first, a close one. Lozada just gets back in safely. 18 stolen bases and 22 attempts for the switch hitter. Garcia bats from the right-hand side. 256 batter on the year. O'Grady drops the hands to the belt and throws over to first again, and again nearly gets Lozada. But he was able to dive back in with a head-first stab back at the bag and got in safely. It's Angelo Sunko over there at first base today. Seen him play a lot more over there in the last few games. Pitch, runner goes. In for a strike, and heading down to second base with the stolen base is Jose Lozada, as Alex Berg couldn't get a clean handle on the pitch. So after 3 straight pickoff attempts, Jose Lozada decides to run and ends up coming up with his 19th steal of the year. A runner in scoring position for Southern Maryland with nobody out here in the bottom of the first inning. Pitch. Misses outside. Count now even up at 1-1. Garcia has batted really predominantly down towards the bottom of the lineup for Southern Maryland this season. Now up in the 2-hole today. Pitch. Swing a foul ball over on the first base side. That'll get out into the grandstand. Count now even up at 1-2. Zach Wilson stands slightly out of the on-deck circle, waiting his turn next. Ball and 2 strikes, the count to Edwin Garcia. Runner in scoring position, nobody out. Pitch. This is low and outside, count even up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Garcia this season, the owner of 16 runs batted in for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Grady set at the belt, now the pitch. Reach for it and taps it foul, did Garcia. Very off balance, just trying to stay alive. We'll do it again at 2 balls and 2 strikes. The runner at second, Jose Lozada, singled and then stole. Ducks lead it 1-0 on an Angelo Sonko sacrifice fly in the top of the first inning. Long look in at Alex Berg for this signs. Now O'Grady comes set. He delivers the pitch. Just did miss outside, and the count now full, 3-2. So O'Grady has gone full on Edwin Garcia and is in danger of putting runners at first and second with nobody out. Early in this game. Now set, the pitch. Swing a line drive, hit out towards right field. Playable for Phelan Lentini, backing up on it. He makes the catch head high. Tacking and heading for third is Lozada. Here comes Lentini's throw. That'll 2-hop into Ruben Gotay well late. It's a fly out to right field for Edwin Garcia, but it moves Jose Lozada along to third base, so a productive out. 4 out number 1 in the inning. Now Lozada just 90 feet away as Zach Wilson comes up to the plate. Wilson, the leading hitter for the Blue Crabs this season at just 289. Although the Blue Crabs are a team hitting 268 overall as a unit. Had a couple of standout players have their contracts purchased, including Danny Muno. As the pitch to Wilson is flown in the air to center field, chasing back on it is Quentin Berry. He's got it lined up in front of the warning track. He'll make the catch, and tagging from third and coming home to score easily without a throw is Jose Lozada, and we are tied up at 1 here in the bottom of the first inning. I mentioned because especially early in the season, he was a thorn in the Ducks' side in that first series here in Southern Maryland of the season. But regardless, sacrifice fly and a run batted in for Zach Wilson. We'll bring up Michael Snyder. Snyder with 17 home runs this season, among the leaders in the Atlantic League this year in that category. Pitch on the way is a fouled ball back up into the sweet level. Count now 0-1 to Michael Snyder. Had a couple home runs over the weekend, but Snyder's second in the Atlantic League, but first among active players. Casey Hobson from Lancaster has 21 home runs to lead the circuit, but Hobson no longer a barnstormer after having his contract purchased. Pitch to Snyder, misses low and outside. The count now even up at 1-1. Game tied at 1 here in the bottom of the first inning. It's the Long Island Ducks and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Being battled here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Pitch from O'Grady. Swing a high pop-up into shallow left field, going back on it is Lyons. Now towards the line in fair territory. Dan Lyons makes the catch, and that's out number 3 here in the inning. But for the Blue Crabs, 1 run on 1 hit. There were no errors. They do not leave anybody on base, and we are tied at 1 heading to inning number 2. You're listening to Long Island Ducks Baseball on the Ducks Broadcast Network.
Hey fans, this is shortstop Dan Lyons, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
PSEG Long Island is making things work for you with over 10 energy efficiency programs that can help you save on your monthly electric bill. From our free online energy analyzer and in-home energy assessments to rebates on energy efficient air conditioning, even discounts on LED light bulbs. Helping you save on electricity is our job. What to do with your savings?
Flight 85 now boarding for the magic of Orlando.
Is entirely up to you. Visit psegly.com/save money. Just one more way PSEG Long Island is making things work for you.
Take your group out to the ball game this season and enjoy all the fun of Ducks baseball at discounted prices with the picnic area, luxury suites, the Smokin' Owl's party deck, and so much more. Bringing your group to the game will be an unforgettable experience. The Ducks even offer opportunities to sing the national anthem, serve as the Ridgewood Savings Bank color guard, be the Nickolock Dream Team, put on a pregame performance, or shag fly balls during Ducks batting practice. To book your outing today, call 631-940-3825 and ask for the group sales department. Long Island Ducks Baseball. Good times every time.
Welcome you back to Regency Furniture Stadium. The Long Island Ducks Health Report is brought to you by Island Shore Physical Therapy, the official therapists of the Long Island Ducks. Well, for the Ducks, 3 pitchers, all on the disabled list. Yuri De La Rosa, Jim Fuller, and Henry Hirsch, all dealing with various ailments, keeping them out of competition. Hopefully, the Ducks will have them back on soon. Giovanni Alfonso will lead things off for Long Island as we get set to start the top of the second inning. It'll be Alfonso, Dan Lyons, Phelan Lentini against Darryl Thompson. It's the first pitch to Alfonso is a letter-high strike, and the count's 0-1. Alfonso, .347 batter this season, and he swings at the first pitch and loops it into shallow right field. Coming on is Zach Cohn, and he will make the catch for out number 1 here in the inning. So Alfonso flies out to right field for the first out in inning number 2. I'll bring up Dan Lyons. Complete the first trip through the lineup for the Long Island Ducks in this game after they sent 7 men to the plate in the first inning, scored a run on 3 hits, and made Darryl Thompson throw 29 pitches. But the Ducks ended up stranding the bases loaded. First pitch on the way to Lyons is a strike, and it counts 0-1. Dan's average, 242 on the season. Pair of home runs. Got off to a slow start and has picked it up since. Now the pitch. On misses outside, and the count even up at 1-1. And that was the funny thing for the Ducks at the beginning of this season, is they had about 5 or 6 guys who were all expected to be big contributors offensively. As Thompson delivers, and the pitch is swung on and hit in the air out to center field. Playable for Vaughn backing up. He makes the catch, and that's out number 2. The Ducks had about half a dozen guys who were expected to be big contributors offensively, all get off to slow starts at the same time. And by the time Dan Lyons started getting it going, and, Mark Krause started finding his power stroke more, and Phelan Lentini and Delta Cleary Jr. each went through their on and off hot streaks and cold streaks. It was a little bit too late for the Ducks in the first half. First pitch to Lentini misses low. The count 1 ball and no strikes. But the way that the Ducks finished off the first half very strong, you put the Sugar Land series aside because that's such an outlier. 7-game road trip to Texas thrown in. Pitch is in for a strike to Lentini. It's now 1-1. You swept the Blue Crabs. You split a 4-game series with Lancaster. Things are trending in the right direction for Long Island, and you got to like that in terms of their chances for the second half as Lentini drives one in the air to right center field. This will be playable as Cone and Vaughn get together, and it'll be Corey Vaughn making the catch for out number 3 in the inning. So after a laborious first inning, Darrell Thompson with a quick 1-2-3 inning in the second, and we go to the bottom of the second. The game is tied at 1 between the Long Island Ducks and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. You're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks Broadcast Network.
Hey fans, this is shortstop Dan Lyons, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
PSEG Long Island is making things work for you with over 10 energy efficiency programs that can help you save on your monthly electric bill. From our free online energy analyzer and in-home energy assessments to rebates on energy efficient air conditioning, even discounts on LED light bulbs. Helping you save on electricity is our job. What to do with your savings?
Flight 85 now boarding for the magic of Orlando.
Is entirely up to you. Visit psegly.com/save money. Just one more way PSEG Long Island is making things work for you.
Take your group out to the ball game this season and enjoy all the fun of Ducks baseball at discounted prices with the picnic area, luxury suites, the Smokin' Owl's party deck, and so much more. Bringing your group to the game will be an unforgettable experience. The Ducks even offer opportunities to sing the national anthem, serve as the Ridgewood Savings Bank color guard, be the Nicolak Dream Team, put on a pregame performance, or shag fly balls during Ducks batting practice. To book your outing today, call 631-940-3825 and ask for the group sales department. Long Island Ducks Baseball. Good times every time.
There's no better time than now to sign up the young Ducks fan in your life for the Bethpage Federal Credit Union Ducks Kids Club. Children 14 and under will receive exciting gifts, discounts on merchandise, and unique experiences that only come with being a member. First pitch from Dennis O'Grady to Corey Vaughn misses high and inside for ball number 1. Now 1-0 to Vaughn. Game tied at 1 as we start play here in the bottom of the second inning. O'Grady comes set. And now the pitch to Vaughn. Swing of drive deep to left field, but well foul. That one will exit Regency Furniture Stadium and hit down out in the parking lot. Count now even up at 1-1. By the way, you can sign up for the Bethpage Federal Credit Union Ducks Kids Club today. Visit www.liducks.com or call 631-940-3825. Count now 2 balls and a strike to Vaughn as the pitch missed high and tight. And O'Grady working for the the first base side of the rubber. Delivers the pitch, swung on and fouled back to the screen. Back behind home plate up in this direction. Count now even up at 2-2. It'll be Corey Vaughn, L.J. Hose, and Zach Cone due up for Southern Maryland here in this last half of the second inning. Each team scoring a run on a sacrifice fly in their respective half of the first. O'Grady drops the hands to the belt. Now the pitch to Vaughn. Vaughn misses inside and just narrowly missed, grazing his jersey. Count now full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Vaughn, a former New York Mets farmhand, son of former big leaguer Greg Vaughn, as he swings and fouls the pitch up over our heads here in the press box. We'll do it again at 3-2. His dad, Greg, pretty darn good ball player back in the day. Notably a Cincinnati Red, and even for a short time a Tampa Bay Devil Ray, Milwaukee Brewer. 3-2 pitch, misses high and inside to Vaughn. That'll be ball 4. And he'll head on down to first with a leadoff walk in the bottom of the second. But Greg Vaughn also notable for his 50 home run season in 1998 with the San Diego Padres. 50 long balls, helping to lead the Padres to the World Series that year. And I mean, between Vaughn in left and Tony Gwynn in right, there was a couple pretty good corner outfielders on that 98 Padres squad. So Corey Vaughn aboard at first, and the first pitch to L.J. Hose is a letter-high strike. Counts 0-1. Hose hitting .237 for Southern Maryland in his short stint with the Blue Crabs. Vaughn takes his lead off first, now a pickoff attempt, and he dives back in with a head-first dive. Hose wears number 10 for Southern Maryland as O'Grady comes sets. Now the pitch. Swing a tapper out in front of the plate. O'Grady will field at the bare hand and throw on to first in time to retire Hose. Vaughn advances down to second on the play as Hose is thrown out 1-3, and it works just like a sacrifice bunt as it moves Vaughn along the base. That brings up Zach Cohn, who's been a solid outfielder for the Blue Crabs all season long. Runner in scoring position, game tied at 1 here in the bottom of the second inning. 1 gone here in the frame, and Dennis O'Grady trying to keep the score tied at 1. It was a Zach Wilson sacrifice fly in the bottom of the first that gave the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs their lone run. Angelo Sanko had a sacrifice fly in the top of the first that gave the Ducks theirs. Here's the pitch. This is low and outside to Cohn. The count 1 ball and no strikes. It was just the 25th pitch of the night for Dennis O'Grady. 15 in the first and 10 here so far in the second. Conversely, Darrell Thompson threw 29 in the first alone. Pitch from O'Grady. Swinging a foul ball over on the right field line. That'll get up and out of play. Count even at 1-1. And for the Blue Crabs, a team that came into Bethpage Ballpark last weekend with a magic number of 3 and an opportunity to clinch the first half with any combination of 3 Blue Crabs wins or Lancaster Barnstormer losses. The Ducks swept them, and the Barnstormers were able to stay alive. Pitch misses low and down to the dirt. Berg couldn't find it for a second, but it was right there at home plate. No advance attempt made by Corey Vaughn. But so what ends up happening is that Southern Maryland finished the first half in a tie with the Lancaster Barnstormers, each at 38 and 31. You might notice that that doesn't add up to 70 games. As the pitch is fouled back by Cohn, catching a good piece of Alex Berg, and the count even up at 2-2. Poor Alex Berg, he always seems to take a lot of shots back behind home plate. But basically, what does that end up meaning? Well, it means that the Barnstormers and the Blue Crabs had a game postponed against each other in the first half, and it's going to be made up later on this month. and the winner of that game, it'll count as a first-half game as opposed to a second-half game. The winner of that game wins the first half and punches a ticket to the playoffs. As Cohen drives one high in the air and deep to left field, but playable for Krause. He now takes a couple of steps in, and he makes the catch and fires a strike towards third base to hold Corey Vaughn at second. As Cohen flies out to left for out number 2 here in the second inning. So very exciting. The Ducks were in a similar situation to that back in 2004. Same situation. The Ducks ended up winning that game August 9th, 2004. And ended up winning their first of 3 Atlantic League championships later that year. 04 and then back-to-back in 2012 and 2013 for Long Island. As Luis Allen digs in for Southern Maryland, who's celebrating their 10th season in the league this year. First pitch on the way to Allen, swinging a fly ball hit in the air towards left center field. Tracking back on it is Krause. He's got it lined up in his sights and makes the catch for out number 3. So the leadoff walk does not come back to bite Dennis O'Grady, as he's able to set down the next 3 batters in order. No runs, no hits, no errors, and a man left for Southern Maryland. Still tied at 1 as we head to the top of the 3rd. You're listening to the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
Hey fans, this is infielder Cody Puckett, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
Can't get enough of the Long Island Ducks? Well, now you can get even more inside info on your favorite hometown team through Facebook and Twitter. The Ducks are constantly updating fans through social media with scores, transactions, ballpark promotions, and much more. You can even win great prizes. All you'll need to do is make a free account on Facebook and Twitter, and then visit us at facebook.com/LIDucks and twitter.com/LIDucks. Think you're Long Island's biggest Ducks fan? Get connected now.
Going way back is Joe Holden, and he is looking up, and that one is headed to field 5 at Robert Moses. The waves are gnarly, and the Ducks have tied it at 1.
That was another home run for the Ducks. And Duck fans, what's more fun than a home run that helps the Ducks win a game? How about a homer that helps the community win? Chappie's Funeral Home and the Long Island Ducks have once again teamed up for the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 homers this season, Chappie's Funeral Home will donate $5,000 to the Quackerjack Foundation. So every time a Ducks hitter goes deep this season, watch for the Chappie's Challenge home run count on the scoreboard. And if we reach 100, we're all a winner. Chappie's Funeral Home, where caring for others is a family tradition.
New York Sports Day is one of the largest independent New York sports news sources out there. For coverage of the Long Island Ducks, Mets, Yankees, Major and Minor League Baseball, football, basketball, hockey, and soccer, visit New York Sports Day. That's nysportsday.com. New York Sports Day, your independent Gotham sports news source. It'll be Quentin Berry, Lou Ford, and Angelo Sanko leading things off for the Long Island Ducks against Darrell Thompson as we head to the top of the 3rd inning. Game tied at 1 between the Ducks and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Your game 1 of the 3 game sets on this Friday night. Berry had a single his first time up and got as far as third base before he was stranded there. Was back in the first, and now the first pitch on the way from Thompson is in for a called strike. The count 0-1. Berry, playing in his 4th game as a Duck, has 3 hits. Again, has played some nice defense and has sparked things on the base paths as he swings and misses. The fastball, the count now 0-2. Berry wearing number 47 for Long Island. So when the Ducks wore their patriotic jerseys on July 4th, he wore number 2. As the pitch from Thompson is a swing and a ground ball hit up the middle, but positioned nicely was Edwin Garcia, the shortstop, behind the bag. And he throws on to first in time to get Berry for out number 1. So 1 up and 1 set aside for Darrell Thompson. He's now retired 5 in a row. That'll bring up Lou Ford with 1 out. The base is empty. Game tied at 1. And a reminder is that you can still bid on those patriotic jerseys. If you go over to liducks.com, right there on the homepage, you'll be able to get over and still place your bids. First pitch to Lou Ford is in for a called strike. The count 0-1. Great opportunity to take home a unique, one-of-a-kind piece of Ducks history. Those were some really sharp-looking jerseys, too. Pitch to Ford is swung on and hit in the air out towards left field. Moving over on it, L.J. Hose. He will make the catch for out number 2. Can of corn for Hose in left field that time. 2 up and 2 quickly set aside on just 5 pitches for Darryl Thompson. So that'll bring up Angelo Sanko. Again, as Thompson threw 29 pitches in the first inning, he's now thrown just 13 in the last inning and 2/3. Ducks being aggressive as Thompson has been right around the strike zone. There's nothing to show for it here in the last 2 innings. First pitch to Sanko, swinging a rip towards the right side of the infield and past a diving Lusada and into right field for base hits. So Angelo Sanko keeps the inning alive with a 2-out base knock into right field. That extends the frame for Ruben Gotay. Sanko, by the way, has the lone Ducks run batted in of the season. Or rather, of the game, pardon me. Is the team leader in RBIs for the season. That was his 38th on the campaign, though Elmer Reyes at 31, nipping at his heels. Reyes not in the lineup tonight. First pitch on the way to Gotay, misses low, and the count 1-0, strikes. Gotay is one of the 4 Ducks hits in today's game, a single back in the first inning. Ended up getting stranded on second base when the Ducks left the bases loaded. Now Thompson set the pitch. Catches the knees for a strike, the count even at 1-1 to Gotay. It's the Ducks 1 and the Blue Crabs 1, playing here in the top of the 3rd inning on a beautiful Friday night for baseball. Shadows cloaking the entire infield, most of the outfield in sunshine, though, as Gotay chops one over the back of the mound. It's fielded by the pitcher, Thompson, and he throws on to first in time to retire the former major leaguer for out number 3 in the inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and a man left on base for the Ducks in inning number 3. We're still tied at 1 as we go to the bottom of the 3rd. You're listening to Long Island Ducks Baseball on the Ducks Broadcast Network.
Hey fans, this is outfielder Phelant Lantini, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
Oh, I love it! The color of my new Nicolap patio is so vibrant. It's unlike anything I've ever seen.
You're welcome. I'm just going to go finish that Nicolak walkway now.
Make your pavers vivid Nicolak pavers. The best looking, most vibrant pavers with the most 3-color blends in the industry. Featuring Nicolak's exclusive paver shield and color blending technology. With color throughout and guaranteed not to fade. Live life in color with Nicolak. Visit Nicolak.com.
Have your birthday at the ballpark this season and celebrate with the flock. Kona Ice birthday party packages with the Long Island Ducks are now available. Each package includes 10 box seats, a commemorative birthday t-shirt and autographed baseball, a pizza and Kona Ice party in the Hebrew National Picnic area, and so much more. Best of all, the birthday child will stand on the dugout while the entire crowd sings happy birthday. Reserve your party today by calling the group sales department at 631-940-3825. Kona Ice birthday parties with the Long Island Ducks, a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
Hey Ducks fans, the final out of the top of the 3rd inning was the 15th out of tonight's ball game. Did you know that a 15-minute phone call to Geico could save you 15% or more on your car insurance? Get a free quote today. Call 1-800-947-AUTO. That's 1-800-947-AUTO or visit geico.com. Patrick Palmeiro will lead things off for Southern Maryland, followed up by Jose Luzana and Edwin Garcia. 9-1-2 due up for the Blue Crabs. Here's we get set to start things in the bottom of inning number 3. Dennis O'Grady towing the rubber from the first base side, drops the hands to the belt on the first pitch, swinging a foul ball back to the backstop by Palmero, and the count is 0-1. Long Island Ducks, 1 run on 4 hits and no errors. And Angelo Sunko's sacrifice fly accounting for the lone tally. For the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, 1 run on 1 hit and no errors. Zach Wilson had a sacrifice fly as Palmero swings and misses at the 0-1. Count now 0-2. Both runs came home to score in the first inning. As both teams looking to get things going nicely to start the second half, each with 2 wins so far. As the pitch to Palmero, checked his swing as the ball missed low and outside. Peeled to first, and he did not go around, says Jorge Turan. Count now 1-2. Ducks 2-2. The Blue Crabs 2-1. And a game postponed last night due to some weather. Weather that became famous, at least across Major League Baseball last night. It's Palmero with a late swing and a foul ball down the right field line. That one will clear the top of the grandstand and get over by the kids area. Count 1-2 to Palmero still. It was because of the same storm that postponed the game here in Waldorf, Maryland, that the Washington Nationals had a 2-hour weather delay last night. Although there was never any weather. It never did more than drizzle at Nationals Park. It's the 1-2 to Palmero, who's fouled off on the first base side. Do it again at 1-2. And yet the Nationals delayed the start of the game for 2 hours because the radar looked like there was this big storm that could come through and hit, and they didn't want to start the game and then have to stop it after only an inning or two if they ended up getting hit. And they were just very fortunate that they didn't. But it made a lot of rounds throughout ESPN and whatnot today because of the unusual nature of it. And as the 1-2 to Palmero skips up to the plate, it's now 2-2. And while that is very uncommon at the major league level, you do see that happen a lot in the minors. You'll see a lot of times organizations will make a decision to maybe delay the start time of a game a half hour or so because of some potential weather. As the ball is lined out into right center field on the run, Lentini reaches up and makes the catch. What a great job by Phelan Lentini, running into the gap and sticking up the glove and making the grab for out number 1. And the 7-pitch battle between Patrick Palmero and Dennis O'Grady ends in favor of O'Grady. Flip the lineup card over and bring up Jose Lozada for a second time. But I mean, yeah, it's not uncommon in the minor leagues or even in the majors from time to time where if there's potential weather coming through and it looks like there's a cell that's moving through, to delay the start of the game, maybe even put the tarp on the field as a precautionary measure. As the first pitch to Lozada is fouled off, the count 0-1. But then, usually after about a half hour when you get a better read on the radar, you take it off and you play the game. Because you don't want to get burned. Because I can remember time a couple of years ago when I was working in a summer league down in North Carolina. The pitch misses outside to Lozada. Count even up at 1-1 strike. So at our scheduled start time was 7:05 p.m. And at 6:45, this little tiny speck showed up on the radar. So 1-1 to Lozada, misses low in the dirt. Nice backhand by Berg. It's now 2-1. This little tiny speck of green showed up on the radar. We weren't really that worried about it. We just kind of looked at it and went, well, that's a small cell. And we'll get this one in, and probably without a hitch. Pitch to Lozada, swung on and missed, and the count now even up at 2-2. Well, if anybody is familiar with weather patterns in southeastern North Carolina, which I don't know why you would be if you're listening to this Long Island Ducks game, but if you are, you know that those pop-ups, they get big and violent fast. As Lozada swings and drives one high in the air and deep to left field, chasing Krause back to the warning track, but he'll make the catch for out number 2 here in the inning. So Lozada retired for the second out. That'll bring up Edwin Garcia. And anyway, that's exactly what this cell of weather did. It just got big and violent and fast, and it got to the ballpark faster than you can say, maybe we should put the tarp on the field. And moral of the story is we didn't get the tarp on the field, and the game ended up having to be postponed. And we called it by about 7:45. First pitch is hit in the air to right field by Garcia. Lentini over to the line. He makes the catch, and that will retire the side. And that is also the first PSEG Long Island energy efficient inning of the night for Dennis O'Grady. With energy efficiency programs from PSEG Long Island, saving on your electric bill is also as easy as 1, 2, 3. Visit PSEGLINY.com/save money. One more way, PSEG Long Island is making things work for you. It's 1-1, the Ducks and the Blue Crabs all knotted up. You're listening to the Ducks Broadcast Network.
Hey fans, this is infielder Giovanni Alfonso, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
PSEG Long Island is making things work for you with over 10 energy efficiency programs that can help you save on your monthly electric bill. From our free online energy analyzer and in-home energy assessments to rebates on energy efficient air conditioning, even discounts on LED light bulbs. Helping you save on electricity is our job. What to do with your savings?
Flight 85 now boarding for the magic of Orlando.
Is entirely up to you. Visit PSEGLINY.com/save money. Just one more way PSEG Long Island is making things work for you.
Well, we go to the top of the fourth inning. Game tied at 1 between the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs and the Long Island Ducks. Joe Vasile here with you on the Ducks Broadcast Network. Tonight it'll be Mark Krause, Alex Berg, and Giovanni Alfonso to up for Long Island as we get things going here in the top of the fourth inning. It's also time for tonight's fourth inning trivia question, where we test your knowledge of the Long Island Ducks and baseball as a whole. So we'll get you the fourth inning trivia question here in just a moment. We'll also tell you that as Mark Krause gets set to dig into the plate, he does not have an official at-bat today because he drew a walk in his first plate appearance, and that was a walk presented by City MD Urgent Care. With over 15 City MD locations across Long Island, need a doctor, just walk in. So Krause will lead things off as we get you the trivia question. It is Long Island Ducks center fielder tonight, Quentin Berry, was originally drafted back in 2006 by the Philadelphia Phillies. What other Long Island Duck was drafted by the Phillies that year and was teammates with Berry in the New York Penn League? As the first pitch to Mark Krause is fouled back, the count's 0-1. So we'll let you stew on that one. No cheating as well as we get things going. Count 0-1 to Krause. Now the pitch. One's on the outside corner for a called strike. The count now quickly 0-2. We'll get you the answer to the fourth inning trivia question in the bottom of the fourth. So stay tuned. Pitch from Darrell Thompson. Misses upstairs, and the count now 1-2 strikes. Apologize for some of the technical issues we might be experiencing tonight. Pitch to Krause, hit off the fists into shallow right center field. Going back, Lozada coming in. Cone with a dive. Zach Cone trapped the ball, and on at first base with a leadoff single here in the top of the fourth is Mark Krause. But what a great effort by Zach Cone, getting a nice hand here from the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs fans, as Alex Berg will now come up to the plates. Game tied at 1 here in the top of the fourth inning. Angelo Sanko a sacrifice fly in the top of the first for the Ducks. Zach Wilson a sacrifice fly in the bottom of the first for the Blue Crabs. And after those innings, well, Darrell Thompson of the Blue Crabs and Dennis O'Grady of the Ducks have settled in nicely into a fine pitcher's duel. Krause is lead off first, the pitch to Berg. Fastball missed outside, the count 1-0 and no strikes. Berg struck out swinging on a 3-2 pitch his first time up. He's back in the first. He's working on a streak of 8 games in a row without a hit. 1-0 pitch is swung and missed. It's now 1-1. Looking to change that here tonight. Perhaps help give the Ducks the lead back if he can. Thompson comes set, and now the pitch. Swing a foul ball back in this direction. That gets up on top of the press box here on the suite level. Count now 1-2 to Berg. Top of inning number 4. Game 1 of a 3-game series between the Ducks and the Blue Crabs before a 4-day all-star break. Coming up next week. Berg swings and misses the breaking ball, darting low and outside. It's out number 1 here in the 4th inning. Third strikeout of the night for Darryl Thompson, and the second time that he's gotten Alex Berg to go down on strikes. One gone, that'll bring up Giovanni Alfonso. Fonzie flew out to right field his first time up. As our home plate umpire in tonight's game, Jim Clayton, signals for the lights to be turned on here in the stadium. Blue Crab staff will comply with that request as the first pitch to Alfonso hit on the ground to third. Picked by Palmero. Throw to second for 1. Lozada to first. Double play, and the inning is over. So as promising as it started with the leadoff single from Mark Krause, a strikeout and then a 5-4-3 around the horn double play put an end to the frame for the Ducks before it could ever get off the ground. We're still tied at 1 as we head to the bottom of inning number 4. You're listening to Long Island Ducks baseball on the Ducks Broadcast Network.
Hey fans, this is pitcher Matt Larkins, and you're listening to Ducks baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
PSEG Long Island is making things work for you with over 10 energy efficiency programs that can help you save on your monthly electric bill. From our free online energy analyzer and in-home energy assessments to rebates on energy efficient air conditioning, even discounts on LED light bulbs. Helping you save on electricity is our job. What to do with your savings?
Flight 85 now boarding for the Magic of Orlando.
Is entirely up to you. Visit psegly.com/save money. Just one more way PSEG Long Island is making things work for you.
Take your group out to the ball game this season and enjoy all the fun of Ducks baseball at discounted prices with the picnic area, luxury suites, the Smokin' Owls party deck, and so much more. Bringing your group to the game will be an unforgettable experience. The Ducks even offer opportunities to sing the national anthem, serve as the Ridgewood Savings Bank color guard, be the Nickolock Dream Team, put on a pregame performance, or shag fly balls during Ducks batting practice. To book your outing today, call 631-940-3825 and ask for the group sales department. Long Island Ducks baseball. Good times every time.
Well, we go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Time for us to answer tonight's 4th inning trivia question. We test your knowledge of the Long Island Ducks and baseball as a whole. First, we'll let you know, again, the score is 1-1 between the Long Island Ducks and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Dennis O'Grady will face the heart of the Blue Crab lineup at Zach Wilson, Michael Snyder, and Kari Vaughn. 3, 4, and 5 in the lineup. Our 4th inning trivia question was this. Long Island Ducks center fielder Quentin Berry was drafted by the Philadelphia Phillies in the 5th round of the 2006 MLB draft. As the first pitch to Zach Wilson is in for a called strike. The count 0-1. We asked, what other Long Island Duck was also drafted by the Phillies in 2006 and then was a teammate of Berry's in the New York Penn League? As the pitch to Wilson misses, it's now 1-1. Back then, the Phillies' New York Penn League affiliate was the Batavia Muck Dogs, who are now a Miami Marlins affiliate. The Phillies are now with the Williamsport Crosscutters. Pitch in for a strike to Wilson. Count now 1-2. So we'll answer that after Wilson's at bat. Give you a couple of more minutes to think. It's actually pretty cool with what's going on out at the Crosscutters this season at historic Bowman Field in Williamsport. As the 1-2 to Wilson misses low, the count now 2-2. It's one of the oldest minor league baseball stadiums in the country. And during the Little League World Series this year, the St. Louis Cardinals and the Pittsburgh Pirates are going to play a major league game at Bowman Field. As the pitch to Wilson checked his swing, but it's in for a called strike 3. First strikeout for Dennis O'Grady on the night, as Wilson goes down on strikes for the first out here in the 4th. And O'Grady has now retired 7 in a row since the leadoff walk to Corey Vaughn back in the 2nd. That's a really cool event. Remember last year on July 3rd when Major League Baseball, the Braves and the Marlins played a game at a stadium that was erected at Fort Bragg down in North Carolina to entertain the troops. And that was so successful that they're going to do it again up in Williamsport. Now the pitch is hit on the ground. A shortstop Lyons throw to first is low, but a nice scoop by Angelo Sanko over at first base. That's in time to beat Snyder for out number 2 here in the inning. A good play by the shorty, Dan Lyons. So 2 up and 2 set aside here in the 4th. That'll bring up Corey Vaughn as Dennis O'Grady settling in nicely. Would that be really cool if Major League Baseball started to make that a yearly event to bring MLB games to areas where you might not get to go all the time? You think of North Carolina, there's no Major League team. There's a glut of minor league teams. Pitch hit on the ground to third. Gotai knocks it down with his glove, but can't pick it up, and that'll just sit on the infield, and we'll await the ruling here, whether that'll be an error on Gotai. And that was a tough play for Gotai to make. And with Vaughn having some good speed running, there's no guarantee he gets him out anyway. Plus, being at Regency Furniture Stadium could see that one going as a hit for Vaughn. But we'll await the ruling. They still haven't put up either a hit or an error out on the scoreboard. But at the end of the day, the result is the same. Corey Vaughn reaches at first base. I'll give you an update on that scoring decision as soon as it comes across the wire. First pitch on the way to LJ Hose. His fastball at the letters for a called strike. Counts 0-1. They're going to go ahead and give an error to Ruben Gotai on that. That is a tough error. He scored with an iron fist here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Pickoff attempted first, and back in safely is Vaughn. By the way, to answer the 4th inning trivia question, Quentin Berry, drafted in the 5th round in 2006 by the Philadelphia Phillies. His fellow Phillies draft mate that year and current Long Island Duck teammate is the ace, John Brownell. Drafted by the Philadelphia Phillies back in 2006. Is another pickoff attempt, and Vaughn back in safely again. Brownell pitched just that year, 2006, in the Phillies organization with Batavia, before moving along and eventually coming over to the Ducks. Brownell was a 27th round draft pick that year. His pitch to Hose is fouled back, and the count now 0-2. Barry, of course, at 5th. Played in the major leagues for some time. Won a World Series ring as a member of the Boston Red Sox back in 2013. Part of that great team that just kind of came together and had just this collection of characters. And won that World Series in 13. On the pitch, made a line drive hit in the center field. That's a base hit for LJ Hose. Vaughn moves up to 2nd as Hose is aboard at first base. Just the 2nd hit of the game for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. We've got runners on 1st and 2nd with 2 gone here in the 4th inning, and that'll bring up Zach Cohn. Grady's allowed the 2 hits. He's walked 1 and struck out 1 in 3 2/3 innings. Game tied at 1. We're in the bottom of the 4th. Both runs scored in each team's respective half of the 1st inning. Grady set at the belt. The first pitch to Cohn. This is low and outside. The count 1 ball and no strikes. Cohn's 0 for 1 today. Flew out to left field his first time up. That chased Mark Krause back a couple of steps in front of the warning track. Brady drops the hands to the belt to look back at second. Now the pitch. Swinging a fly ball foul, or rather high in the air, to right field. Lentini coming in on it, makes the catch for out number 3. So no runs for the Blue Crabs here in the fourth. 1 hit, 1 error, and they leave 2 on base. Game still tied at 1 as we head to the 5th. You're listening to Long Island Ducks Baseball on the Ducks Broadcast Network.
Hey fans, this is Yuri De La Rosa, left-hander pitcher, and you are listening to Ducks Baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
Hey Ducks fans, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks is the Radisson Hotel, Hauppauge, Long Island. It's centrally located on the north shore of Long Island and offers a home away from home for both business and leisure guests. The Radisson Hotel, Hauppauge, Long Island features an indoor pool, 24-hour business center, a fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi in all guest rooms. Enjoy the contemporary American cuisine at the Fountain Grill restaurant or grab a quick bite to eat at Cafe Pronto. And best of all, it's only minutes away from Bethpage Ballpark. The Radisson Hotel, Hauppauge, Long Island, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks. Call 631-231-1100 today. That's 631-231-1100.
Hey Ducks fans, stay up to date with Long Island's hometown team by visiting Quack of the Bat, the official blog of the Long Island Ducks. Quack of the Bat will bring Ducks fans beyond the headlines with in-depth feature articles, breaking news stories, game previews, post-game wrap-ups, and so much more. Interact with the team during the entire season through quotes directly from the players and coaches, as well as exclusive video clips and photos. Check out the blog today at quackofthebat.wordpress.com. Quack of the Bat, the official blog of the Long Island Ducks.
We go to the top of the 5th inning. Game tied at 1 between the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs and the Long Island Ducks. Fans, you can chill out with a cold cup of Hampton Coffee Company Gourmet Iced Coffee. It's available at the concession stands at Bethpage Ballpark. Hampton Coffee is the preferred coffee of the Long Island Ducks. Visit HamptonCoffeeCompany.com or visit their cafes in the Hamptons. Dan Lyons leading things off for Long Island, followed by Phelan Lentini and Quentin Berry, 9-1-2. The first pitch to Lyons is swung on and missed. Counts 0-1. Lyons flew out to center field his first time up. He's 0 for 1 today. Average sitting around 240 now on the season. Pitch. This is low and outside. Count now even up at 1-1. The Ducks are run on 5 hits and 1 error, albeit a questionable one. 1 run, 2 hits, and no errors for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Pitch to Lyons, hit off the end of the bat into center field, and right at Corey Vaughn, who only had to take about 2 steps off to his right to make the catch. That's out number 1 here in the 5th inning. An interesting note here is Darryl Thompson and Dennis O'Grady threw 4 innings, both threw 55 pitches, but in very different ways did they get there. Thompson's inning-by-inning breakdown is 29, 8, 9, and 9. And O'Grady, 15, 15, 13, and 12. Much more consistency for the Ducks right-hander. Pitch is swung on and fouled back by Phelan Lentini. Count 0-1. Ducks have gotten some good wood on some balls from Thompson today to come up with their 5 hits, and could have had a couple more, but some balls just hit right at Blue Crab defenders. Thompson out of the hesitation wind. Now the pitch. Swinging a fly ball lifted in the air to center field, chasing Vaughn back. But he's got room in the spacious terrain that is center field at Regency Furniture Stadium, and he makes the catch for out number 2. 2 up and 2 set aside for Darryl Thompson on a total of 5 pitches. Here in the top of the 5th inning, ho-hum, more of the same for him. The Ducks' longest at-bats since the first inning when Mark Krause drew a walk on a full count is tied between Krause and Alex Berg's at-bats in the 4th inning. And they both saw 4 pitches each as Berry hits the first pitch foul down the left field line and off into the club seating. And it Ricochets off an empty seat and out onto the playing surface. Count 0-1 to Quentin Berry. Suffice it to say, the Ducks have been swinging early on in counts against Thompson. And sometimes he's been giving up hits, but a lot of times he's been getting them out. Thompson out of the wind. Hesitation, now the pitch. Swing a foul ball over on the third base line that gets up into the second to last row of seating. Now 0-2 to Berry. There's just one circular bowl of seating around the lower level here at Regency Furniture Stadium. It wraps around from left field out to right. Then there's the club level seating up top at the suites and the press box. Pitch, Berry out in front of it, tags it foul past John Brownell, his former Batavia Muckdog teammates, Philadelphia Phillies organization. Keep it at 0-2. It's part of the answer to our fourth inning trivia question tonight. But it's a very intimate feeling that you get here at the ballpark, not only because of, well, quite frankly, the capacity for seating is less than it is at Bethpage Ballpark. This pitch to Berry is grounded up the middle. Diving stop made by Lozada as he knocks it down, and the ball caroms away into shallow center. That'll go down as a base hit for Quentin Berry, his second of the night. And 6th overall for the Ducks, and that extends the inning for Lou Ford. Game tied at 1 here in the top of the 5th inning. It's the Ducks and the Blue Crabs doing battle tonight, game 1 of a 3-game set. But not only is it kind of less in terms of the capacity, but it's also, at least behind home plate, a lot more of a vertical stadium than Bethpage Ballpark is. First pitch to Ford is in for a called strike at the letters. Count 0-1. Down in the lower level, right behind home plate, there's about 6 rows of seating. And then the stands kind of go up. There's about an 8-foot platform, and there's about another 5 rows of seating, and then directly on top of that are the suite level seats as Ford fouls one back onto the top of this suite level. Count 0-2. So there's a lot more vertical seating as opposed to at Bethpage Ballpark. For those familiar, is more just you've got them going from left field around to right field, and you've got the suites up top, but there's not kind of that, almost 3 layers of seating. It's just one big layer that gets you nice and close to the field with a great view. Pitch, runner goes, throw it on to second, is not in time, and it skips into center field. So the pitch was a ball to Ford. That'll run the count to 1-2. And Quentin Berry steals second base. Second stolen base of the year for Berry. And miss his 4th game. Count a ball and 2 strikes to Ford, now with a man in scoring position. Top of the 5th inning, game tied at 1 as Ford calls time. He's fed up with waiting for Thompson to get set for the next pitch. Thompson holds the ball in his right hand as he dangles it. Looking into Luis Allen for his signs, now he comes set. Allen sets up outside, the pitch from Thompson. Breaking ball hit off the end of the bat in the left field, falling, but it's going to hang up enough for L.J. Hose to ramble under it and make the catch for out number 3. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and a man left on base for the Ducks here in the 5th inning. We are still tied at 1. Going to the bottom of the 5th. You're listening to the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
Hey fans, this is pitcher Tim Melville, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
Going way back is Joe Holden, and he is looking up, and that one is headed to field 5 at Robert Moses. The waves are gnarly, and the Ducks have tied it at 1.
That was another home run for the Ducks. And Duck fans, what's more fun than a home run that helps the Ducks win a game? How about a homer that helps the community win? Chappie's Funeral Home and the Long Island Ducks have once again teamed up for the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 homers this season, Chappie's Funeral Home will donate $5,000 to the Quackerjack Foundation. So every time a Ducks hitter goes deep this season, watch for the Chappie's Challenge home run count on the scoreboard. And if we reach 100, we're all a winner. Chappie's Funeral Home, where caring for others is a family tradition.
Can't Can't get enough of the Long Island Ducks? Well, now you can get even more inside info on your favorite hometown team through Facebook and Twitter. The Ducks are constantly updating fans through social media with scores, transactions, ballpark promotions, and much more. You can even win great prizes. All you'll need to do is make a free account on Facebook and Twitter, and then visit us at facebook.com/LIDucks and twitter.com/LIDucks. Think you're Long Island's biggest Ducks fan? Get connected now.
We go to the bottom of the 5th inning. We'll get you scores from around the Atlantic League tonight here in this frame, as Luis Allen will lead things off for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Be followed up by Patrick Palmero and Jose Lozada. That's 8, 9, and 1 in the Blue Crabs order. Dennis O'Grady's thrown 55 pitches through 4 innings, has allowed 2 hits, walked 1, and struck out 1 so far tonight. As we now turn our eyes toward the rest of the Atlantic League, the first pitch to Luis Allen is swung on and fouled back to the backstop. Count 0-1. The Sugarland Skeeters lead the Somerset Patriots 1-0. That game currently in the bottom of the 3rd inning at TD Bank Ballpark in Bridgewater, where Patriots will be hosting the All-Star game next week. Lucky for the Sugarland guys who have gotten selected to that game as the pitch is fouled off. Hate to save themselves having to take a flight back up to the Northeast. They could just kind of stay put where they are. I think that might have been an intentional thing done there. So 1-0 Skeeters. That game bottom of the 3rd inning right now. They're in the top of the 4th inning at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. The Bridgeport Bluefish lead the New Britain Bees 2-0. And at Clipper Magazine Stadium, the Lancaster Barnstormers and the York Revolution are in a rain delay, which misses, and the count now 1-2 to Luis Allen. No word if that's an actual rain delay or just a weather delay like they had in Washington last night. It's probably an actual one. After that fiasco, pitch misses low and outside, count now 2-2. So it skips by to the backstop. So I think there's a fan here at Regency Furniture Stadium who's either got a trumpet or a vuvuzela or some kind of horn noise-making device we just heard going off there for a second. It's pitched to Allen. He reaches for one and slaps it foul. We'll do it again at 2-2. Thought that craze was finally over about 5-6 years ago, but apparently still going, at least for that one fan. Gotta say, as annoying as they can be at times, gives the place atmosphere. O'Grady's delivery. Swing a line drive it well out towards left field. Going back is Kraus, and that one will clang off the top of the wall. Kraus fields it nicely and fires it back into the infield quickly. That'll hold Luis Allen to a single off the wall in left field. Great job by Mark Kraus to play that ball well off the mini monster and fire it back in to hold Allen just to that single. A hard hit one it was, hitting about 18 feet up on that 20-foot wall out in left field. So that'll bring up Patrick Palmero with the leadoff man on first base. Nobody out here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Game tied at 1 between the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs and the Long Island Ducks. Thank you for joining us and spending part of your Friday evening here with us on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network. O'Grady drops the hands to the belt. The first pitch. Swinging a line drive, hit out towards right center field. Going to be tough to play. A dive, and Lentini trapped it. He couldn't come up with it, and the ball falls in for a base hit. Berry gets it and fires it into the infield. Having a hold up at second base is Luis Allen, as he had to stay put at first to make sure that that ball wasn't going to be caught, and then he would get caught off the bag. So he's only able to advance one base. And that's going to bring Kevin Baez out of the Ducks dugout to go have a word with Dennis O'Grady. And considering where his pitch count's at, I don't think this is going to be anything other than just a defensive meeting here with the entire infield in on the mound. And that is all that it'll be. First time out for the Ducks in this game. As O'Grady, despite that hard hit ball that he just gave up in the back-to-back hits to start the 5th inning, still only at 62 pitches on the night. And he's just a ground ball away here from this being a little bit less of a daunting deficit here. Game tied at 1, bottom of the 5th inning. It's the Blue Crabs and the Ducks doing battle. Game 1 of a 3-game set. We'll be back here again tomorrow night and the afternoon after that on Sunday to wrap up the pre-All-Star game portion of the season. First pitch on the way to Lozada. Swing, ground ball hit to first. Sonko fields, fires to shortstop Lyons for one. Relay back to first in time for the double play. 3-6-3 to retire Lozada, and Patrick Palmero, the trail runner. Lead runner Luis Allen heads to third on the play, but one pitch and O'Grady gets exactly what he needed, a ground ball double play. There are now 2 outs in the inning. That is clutch pitching from Dennis O'Grady. That'll bring up Edwin Garcia, who will try and come up with some clutch hitting for the Blue Crabs. Runner on third and 2 outs. Game tied at 1 here in the bottom of the 5th inning. O'Grady set at the belt. Here's the pitch. Fastball on the outside corner. First strike at the count 0-1. Thank you for spending part of your Friday night here with us on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network, whether it's on Boxcast at liducks.com, Facebook Live, or YouTube Live. The pitch. Breaking ball in for a strike. The count quickly 0-2 to Garcia. Luis Allen, the catcher, stands at third base. He's singled to lead off the inning. Advanced to second on the base hit by Palmero, and then to third on the double play ground ball by Lozada. Now O'Grady set, 1 strike away from escaping the jam. The pitch misses outside. It's now 1-2. And I don't know what it was that Kevin Baez said to Dennis O'Grady and the rest of the Ducks infield on that visit to the mound, but whatever it is resonated and clicked. First pitch, a ground ball double play. And now O'Grady ahead in the count, a ball and 2 strikes to Edwin Garcia. Here's the pitch. Swing a fly ball hit out to left field, but straight at Mark Krause. He takes 1 step in and makes the catch for out number 3 here in the 5th. No runs for the Blue Crabs on 2 hits, no errors, and 1 left on base. We go to the top of the 6th. We're still tied at 1. You're listening to Long Island Ducks Baseball on the Ducks Broadcast Network.
Hey fans, this is pitcher David Artsma, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
Long Island's Ford Giant is celebrating its 60th year anniversary. Stop by Sayville Ford to check out their state-of-the-art showroom featuring enclosed service drives, luxurious customer lounge, and a larger selection to choose from. Get giant savings on hundreds of new and used vehicles in stock. Sayville Ford's 60th anniversary celebration is going on now. Visit SayvilleFord.com or download the Sayville Ford app today to learn more about Sayville Ford's 60th anniversary savings. Call 631-589-4800 today.
Bethpage Ballpark is a great place to watch a ball game, so why not do so from some of the best seats in the house? The Ducks are proud to present the brand new Long Island Ducks Beer Garden. Open for all fans on nights when the Smokin' Owl's party deck has not been reserved, the Beer Garden will feature a variety of frosty draft and bottled brews, as well as several food choices. The area has been decked out with bar rail seating and Ducks branded furniture to provide a comfortable atmosphere for everyone. Be sure to stop by and check out the brand new Long Island Ducks Beer Garden on your next visit to the ballpark.
Follow all season long as the Long Island Ducks try and meet the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 home runs this season, Chappie's Funeral Homes will donate $5,000 to the Quacker Jack Foundation. Chappie's Funeral Homes, where caring for others is our family tradition. Long Island Ducks have hit 54 home runs this season, which puts them ahead of pace to meet the Chappie's Home Run Challenge, something they haven't done in the last 2 years, but this is a team that's got some good pop, and again is on pace to meet that. Here's the first pitch to Angelo Sonko. It misses low, and the count 1-0 strikes. Sonko, a big reason why the Ducks have hit so many home runs this year. He leads the team with 14. Fallen a little bit off of Carl Everett's pace, but still would place among the franchise leaders if he keeps him up at this pace. 1-0 misses. It's now 2-0. Everett has the Ducks' single-season home run record, and he hit 29. Sonko on pace for about 27 this year. 2-0 in for his strike. It's now 2-1. One point he was on pace for over 35, so he's, again, gone through a little bit of a down spell, but his home runs have come in bunches this year. Now the pitch, Sonko swings and misses with a mighty cut, and the count even up at 2-2. Sonko and Ruben Gotay and Mark Krause to up for Long Island against Darrell Thompson here in the top of the sixth. Both starting pitchers going strong into the middle innings. The pitch, Sonko swings and rolls it over to first base. Picked behind the bag by Zach Wilson, and he beats Sonko on a foot race to first base, 3 unassisted for out number 1 here in the sixth. 1 up and 1 set aside for Darrell Thompson. A run on 6 hits and an error for Long Island tonight. A run on 4 hits and no errors for Southern Maryland. Just a really special pitchers duo brewing here tonight. And again, you're really being treated here in this opening game of the series. You've seen a lot of offense in the last few days, and now just some good old-fashioned pitching. Pitch to Gotay is lined foul down the left field line. Count 0-1 as third base umpire Silvio Martinez had to duck out of the way of that one and share some friendly words and a laugh with Ducks manager Kevin Baez over in the third base coach's box. Thompson out of the wind for the third base side of the rubber, delivers the pitch. Gotay swings and misses at the breaking ball. The count now 0-2. Thompson has walked just 1 and struck out 3 in tonight's ball game. And he fires the pitch. Down in the dirt, blocked by Allen, but it scoots away. Count now 1-2. 1 gone here in the top of the 6th inning. Ducks return home after the All-Star break. It's hard to believe it's going to be a full week until the next time the Ducks play a home game. Friday, July 14th. Start a 3-game set with the Somerset Patriots. As Gotay swings and misses the 1-2. He becomes the 4th strikeout victim of the night for Darrell Thompson in the second out here in the 6th inning. That's going to be a fun one out at Bethpage Ballpark. First pitch slated for 6:35. Gates open 5:35 and 5:20 if you're a full season ticket holder. It's anti-bullying night at the ballpark. The first 1,500 fans in attendance and in commemorative pennants, courtesy of the Long Island Coalition Against Bullying, as Krause smacks one into right field, and that'll get down for a base hit. Mark Krause continues his strong night, now 2 for 2 at the plate. He's also drawn a walk. Keeps the inning going for Alex Berg, who's had a rough night, 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. Yeah, first 1,500 fans in attendance get the commemorative pennants courtesy of the Long Island Coalition Against Bullying. It's also a foul pole Friday, where fans can sign up at the ticket kiosk for the chance to win $50,000 if a selected Ducks player hits a home run off of one of the foul poles. First pitch to Alex Berg misses low. The count 1 ball and no strikes. Also a Pizza Hut K-Man game as well. The Ducks will designate a player from the Patriots, and if that player strikes out during the game, all fans will leave and receive a coupon good for a free 1-topping personal pizza at select Pizza Hut locations on Long Island. The pitch is in for a strike to Berg. Count now even at 1-1. So a lot going on when the Ducks return home next Friday, July 14th. Get your tickets at the Bethpage Ballpark box office by calling 631-940-TIXX. Make sure you ask for Benny when you do that. Or you can go to liducks.com. Berg swings at the 1-1 and lifts it towards the foul line in right field. Long run for Cone, and he will run out of room as it hits in the first column of seats along kind of the jutting out section of the stands that kind of curves back towards home plate. Count now 1 and 2 to Berg. You can also buy your tickets with the Long Island Ducks mobile app, which if you don't have, you can go to the App Store on your Apple-powered device or Google Play on your Android-powered device. Download the Long Island Ducks app, and you can buy tickets right there using the power of your phone. Thompson comes set, now the pitch to Berg. Swinging a ground ball hit to third base, backing up on it is Step Palmero. He throws long to first base and high, and in safely is going to be Berg as the ball goes off the glove of Zach Wilson, and advancing to third base on the play will be Mark Krause. So Krause gets down to third, and Berg aboard at first. And we'll see how they score that one. There's definitely going to be an error on the play. The throw from Palmero, which allowed Krause to go from second to third. Only question is, do you call that a straight error allowing Berg to reach, or do you give him an infield single? And it looks like they'll just call that a straight E5. Brings up Giovanni Alfonso. Runners on the corners and 2 outs. Game tied at 1 here in the top of the 6th. Gio within a chance to come through as he swings and misses the first pitch. Count 0-1. Alfonso 0 for 2 in the game so far, hitting a 5-4-3 double play his last time up, and has also flown out to right field. That was leading off in the second inning. Fonzie has been Mr. Clutch for the Ducks this year. 3 out of the 4 Ducks waddle-off victories have come off the bat of Alfonso, and he lines the pitch into center field, and that'll get down for a base hit. In to score from third base is Krause. It's a single and an RBI for Giovanni Alfonso, and the Ducks have taken a 2-1 lead here in the top of the 6th as Mr. Clutch delivers once again. It's just so funny. Whenever Fonzie comes up in a situation where the Ducks need a hit or need to get that runner in, just time and time again, he's able to come through and deliver. Here, giving the Ducks a 2-1 lead in the top of the 6th inning. It's a shame he's not going to be a part of the Atlantic League All-Star team. But I guess Tyler Bortnick's having an okay season, too. First pitch to Dan Lyons, swinging a fly ball, hit in the air pretty well towards the left field corner, going back. Hose on the run, he can't get it. Berg is in to score. Here comes Alfonso chugging around third. He's going to get in standing. Dan Lyons is down at second base with a 2-run double, and the Ducks have staked a 4-1 lead thanks to a 2-run double by Dan Lyons. 3 runs coming in to score for Long Island, all with 2 outs, and because of the error, all of these runs will be unearned against Darryl Thompson, who had not allowed an unearned run all season coming into the game tonight. That's going to draw a visit out to the mound here for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs pitching coach, James Frisbee. Out just to try and settle down his right-hander, who again got that ground ball to third base off the bat of Alex Berg. Probably thought he was going to be out of the inning. Then Palmero's throw went wild, and since then, a single up the middle on a hard shot from Giovanni Alfonso, and then that double into the corner by Dan Lyons. And just like that, the Ducks have a 4-1 lead. Some action now brewing in the Blue Crabs bullpen as a left-hander. Looks like Robert Carson is beginning to throw. Some stirring in the Ducks bullpen as well as Jordan Pacheco's got the catcher's gear on and is heading out in that direction. But it'll at least be O'Grady to start the bottom of the 6th as Valentini swings at the first pitch and loops it down the right field line and foul into the stands. The count is no balls and a strike to the Ducks right fielder. Lentini, the 7th man to bat in the inning for Long Island. He's 1 for 3 so far today, a single and a run scored back in the first. And since 2 flyouts to center field. Lentini very slowly but surely getting things going again offensively. The average creeping up towards 230. Even though it doesn't necessarily feel like he's getting significantly better, he definitely looks better, and the numbers starting to reflect it. He swings and misses at the 0-1. It's now 0-2. Valentini. The Ducks can get him going back to even something resembling what he was able to do last year. And he hit over 300 and stole 50 bases and scored over 100 runs. That would be huge for the second half as he grounds one foul wide of the bag at third base. Down toward the Blue Crab bullpen. Count remain at 0-2. The inning started off innocently enough when Angelo Sanko grounded out to first base, and then Ruben Gotay struck out. And a single to right field by Mark Krause. Alex Berg reached on an error. Giovanni Alfonso single scored Krause. And then the double by Dan Lyons, bringing home both Berg and Alfonso. Now Thompson's pitch to Lentini. Breaking ball hit in the air down the left field line. That one is going to be a foul ball. Boy, that one was very close and was hooking towards that short corner in left field and just hit down in foul territory on the left side of the chalk stripe. So we'll do it again at 0-2 to Lentini. It's 310 feet down the left field line with a 20-foot fence. The Grill 13 Mini Monster. Sponsored feature here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Now the pitch. This is upstairs. The count 1-2 strikes to Lentini. This is very similar to what the Ducks did the last time Darryl Thompson pitched against him, although it wasn't against Thompson that they had that late inning comeback. It was against the Blue Crab bullpen. And funny enough, Robert Carson was the man warming up. Thompson dangles the right arm as he looks into Luis Allen for the signs. Now he comes set, the pitch. Swing a rip down the left field line and again foul. Lentini stringing together a nice at-bat. 3 two-strike foul balls. Here for Lentini is, you can see, shaken off before he gets back in. Giving some long thought. How do I keep one fair? How do I keep it fair down that line? The pitch. Swinging a ground ball hit to third base. Picked up by Palmeiro. Down on a knee. He throws to first. This time accurately. And that will put an end to the inning. But the Ducks score 3 runs in the frame on 3 hits. There was 1 costly error as none of those runs were earned. And they leave 1 man on base. It's the Ducks 4 and the Blue Crabs 1 as we head to the bottom of the 6th. You're listening to Long Island Ducks Baseball.
Hey fans, this is infielder Mark Krause, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
Oh, I love it! The color of my new Nicolot patio is so vibrant. It's unlike anything I've ever seen.
You're welcome. I'm just going to go finish that Nicolak walkway now.
Make your pavers vivid Nicolak pavers. The best looking, most vibrant pavers with the most 3-color blends in the industry. Featuring Nicolak's exclusive paver shield and color blending technology. With color throughout and guaranteed not to fade. Live life in color with Nicolak. Visit Nicolak.com.
Have your birthday at the ballpark this season and celebrate with the flock. Kona Ice birthday party packages with the Long Island Ducks are now available. Each package includes 10 box seats, a commemorative birthday t-shirt and autographed baseball, a pizza and Kona Ice party in the Hebrew National Picnic area, and so much more. Best of all, the birthday child will stand on the dugout while the entire crowd sings happy birthday. Reserve your party today by calling the group sales department at 631-940-3825. Kona Ice birthday parties with the Long Island Ducks, a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
Attention baseball fans, this summer the Atlantic League will play its 20th All-Star game at TD Bank Ballpark in Somerset on Wednesday, July 12th. Hey, that's this Wednesday. Join the Long Island Ducks All-Stars, enjoy a perfect summer night at the ballpark, and catch the league's brightest stars compete in a home run derby in the Midsummer Classic. It'll be a Revolutionary War theme, giveaways, collectibles, your favorite ballpark food, and post-game fireworks show that'll light up the sky. First pitch of the inning to Zach Wilson, who's lined into left field. That'll get down for a base hit. Wilson will take a wide turn at first base, but slam on the brakes right there. This will be content for a leadoff base knock off Dennis O'Grady to start the bottom of the 6th inning. Bring up Michael Snyder. It's 3, 4, and 5 of the Blue Crabs line up, 2 up against O'Grady. Wilson, Snyder, and Corey Vaughn with L.J. Hose to follow, barring a double play. But the All-Star Game is all brought to you by Robert Wood Johnson, Barnabas Health, and Horizon Blue Cross Blue Shield of New Jersey. Get your tickets today at SomersetPatriots.com and say hi to me. I'll be there, so you should too. Pitch hit in the air to center field. Berry moving over towards left center makes the catch. And that's out number 1 here in the 6th. Boy, I tell you, the Blue Crabs wasting absolutely no time. Both batters swing at the first pitch from Dennis O'Grady here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Haven't even gotten the chance to tell you, it's the Long Island Ducks 4 and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs 1 here in the bottom of the 6th inning. 3-run outburst for the Ducks in the top of the 6th, highlighted by a 2-run double from Dan Lyons and an RBI single from Giovanni Alfonso. Brady drops the hands down. The pitch to Corey Vaughn. Swinging a ground ball hit up the middle and into center field for a base hit. Wide turn at second here for Zach Wilson. He'll hold up there as Berry was able to get to the ball quickly. And the streak of swinging at the first pitch stays alive. Now 3 straight batters for the Blue Crabs to open up the inning, and they've got 2 hits to show for it. So I suppose it's working. So that'll bring up L.J. Hose. Hose is 1 for 2 in the ball game today. Grounded out back to O'Grady in the second on a swinging bunt. And O'Grady came off the mound to field and then collected a single his last time up in the 4th. Right-handed batter against the righty tossing Dennis O'Grady. First pitch on the way, swing and a miss. Challenged him with a fastball down, and Hose came up empty. Got 0-1, and now all 4 Southern Maryland batters have swung at the first pitch from Dennis O'Grady. 1 gone here in the bottom of the 6th inning. 4-1 the score in favor of Long Island. O'Grady set a look back at second, now the pitch. Breaking ball misses low and outside. It's now even up at 1-1. After Hose, Zach Cohn awaits his turn on deck. Brady settled in nicely. Now trying to work around a jam. The pitch. Breaking ball missed in, I suppose. The count now 2-1. Blue Crabs have stranded 4 runners on base in the game. Meanwhile, Long Island has stranded 6. Here's the pitch. This is outside. It's now 3-1, and O'Grady is 1 ball away from walking the bases loaded with 1 out in the 6th inning. Hose digs back in, standing deep in the right-handed batter's box. Now O'Grady drops the hands down to the belt to look back at second, and the pitch. Misses low and outside for ball 4. Second walk of the night for Dennis O'Grady, and this one loads up the bases with 1 out for Zach Cohn. Silver lining, force at any base. This is going to bring Kevin Baez out of the Ducks dugout. I wonder if this might be it for O'Grady. And he is going to grab the ball and make the call out to the bullpen. So we'll take a step aside. We'll let you know all about the new Ducks pitcher to come in as the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs have the bases loaded with 1 out in the bottom of the 6th inning. The score is 4-1 in favor of the Long Island Ducks, and you're listening to the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
Hey fans, this is pitcher Dennis O'Grady,
and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
PSEG Long Island is making things work for you with over 10 energy efficiency programs that can help you save on your monthly electric bill. From our free online energy analyzer and in-home energy assessments to rebates on energy-efficient air conditioning, even discounts on LED light bulbs. Helping you save on electricity is our job. What to do with your savings?
Flight 85 now boarding for the magic of Orlando.
Is entirely up to you. Visit psegly.com/save money. Just one more way PSEG Long Island is making things work for you.
Take your group out to the ball game this season and enjoy all the fun of Ducks baseball at discounted prices with the picnic area, luxury suites, the Smokin' Owl's party deck, and so much more. Bringing your group to the game will be an unforgettable experience. The Ducks even offer opportunities to sing the national anthem, serve as the Ridgewood Savings Bank color guard, be the Nickolock Dream Team, put on a pregame performance, or shag fly balls during Ducks batting practice. To book your outing today, call 631-940-3825 and ask for the group sales department. Long Island Ducks Baseball. Good times every time.
Baseball fans, the Long Island Ducks mobile app has officially arrived. Powered by Clear Vision Apps, it's your one-stop shop for all things Ducks baseball. Buy tickets straight from your mobile device. Receive game status updates with push notifications. Check out up-to-the-minute news and scores and interact with the Ducks on social media. Best of all, it's free. Download the Ducks mobile app today by visiting the App Store on your Apple-powered device or Google Play on your Android-powered device. The Long Island Ducks mobile app, with you wherever you flock to.
The new pitcher in the game is the right-hander Rob Rogers, who enters for the Ducks. After having pitched in yesterday's game, he'll make his 30th appearance of the year. He's 1-0 with a 2.8 ERA. Check swing of the first pitch on appeal to first. They say he went. Count 0-1 to Zach Cohn. So all three runners on base, the responsibility of Dennis O'Grady. Leaves having thrown just 75 pitches on the night. Pitch to Cohn, swing and a miss. Now 0-2. 5 1/3 innings, 6 hits. To this point, just 1 run, 2 walks and a strikeout for O'Grady. Now Rogers trying to keep it at just the 1 run, preserve this 4-1 Long Island lead. Comes set, now the pitch. Swing a ground ball foul, wide of third base coach James Frisbee, who also pulls double duty as the pitching coach for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Count remains at 0-2. First base coach for Southern Maryland is Joe Walsh, for those wondering. Now the pitch from Rogers. Swinging a broken back ground ball that is foul, wide of third base. That rolls down to the Southern Maryland bullpen, as the barrel of the bat goes out towards shortstop, where Dan Lyons ranges over and picks it up and hands it off to a ball boy. Coming over to retrieve it. Remains at 0-2. Cohen will have to go fetch himself a new piece of lumber. At the break, we could tell you Rogers has 2 saves this season. And in 35 1/3 innings, has allowed just 24 hits, struck out 17, and walked 15. Opponents hitting just a $192 against Rogers, who has been a ground ball machine in his minor league career and continuing this year with the Ducks. Pitch, swinging a foul back at home plate. As Cohn stays alive, 3 straight 2-strike foul balls by Zach Cohn. Reserved a 0-2 count. Barring an inning-ending double play, Luis Allen, the catcher, stands on deck for Southern Maryland as Rob Rogers. All he can do is watch from the top step of the dugout for the Ducks. It's over on the first base side at Regency Furniture Stadium. Full moon overhead. Now the pitch from Rogers. Swinging a line drive into left field. That'll fall for a base hit. Krausen to play it on a hop. Rounding third, heading for home is Vaughn. The throw to the plate, he is safe. And the ball gets away from Berg. Heading down to second base on the throw is Zach Cohn. It's a 2-run single, and the Blue Crabs have it back to within 1 at 4-3. LJ Hose goes first to third on the play as Wilson and Vaughn come in to score on the 2-run single. And Rogers still not out of the woodwork yet with runners on second and third and still just 1 out with Luis Allen coming up to the plate. Now not even the double play in order. Hose still the responsibility of O'Grady on third base. Rogers comes set at the belt. Here's the first pitch. Swing and a miss. Allen behind the count, 0-1. Luis Allen was 1 for 2 against Dennis O'Grady in the game. Flew out to left field his first time up back in the second inning and then singled and was stranded at third base in the 5th. That was when O'Grady gave up back-to-back hits to start the inning, but then got a double play from Jose Lozada and a fly out from Edwin Garcia to end the frame. And the pitch to Allen, swinging a fly ball hit out into right field. Tracking back on it now, making the catch coming in is Phelan Lentini. He throws to third, ball caught off by Lyons. Getting caught up in a rundown between second and third is Cone. Lyons throws back to Giovanni Alfonso, who will apply the tag. 9-6-4 on the double play. The run comes in to score for Southern Maryland, so the game is tied, and it's all 4s on the scoreboard heading to the top of the 7th. You're listening to the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
Hey fans, this is pitcher Tyler Wilson, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
M&V Limousines is the official bus company of the Long Island Ducks. Family owned and operated, they've been in the business for over 24 years. M&V Limousines offers coach buses with Wi-Fi and restrooms, party buses, exotic limousines, and also recently acquired Hampton Luxury Liner with regular service from New York City to the Hamptons. They also offer a variety of vineyard tour options. Whether you're looking for transportation for weddings, proms, corporate outings, or long-distance trips, they've got the right vehicle for you. Visit their showroom in Comac or check them out online at mvlimo.com. M&V Limousines and Hampton Luxury Liner, the official bus company of the Long Island Ducks.
Family fun every time.
Beautiful evening for baseball.
Big action every time.
He reaches up, it's gone!
Great value every time.
And the Ducks have won it 7-1.
The Ducks schedule is loaded with new promotions this season, and with an average ticket price of just $10 and free parking, there is no better value on Long Island. For game times and tickets, visit liducks.com. Long Island Ducks Baseball. Good times every time.
Fans, don't forget to stop by the Waddle Inn shop on your next visit to the Duck Pond. That's where exclusive hard-to-find Ducks memorabilia is now on sale. Proceeds benefit the Quackerjack Foundation, the charitable arm of the Long Island Ducks. And while you're in there, stop by, say hi to Will and Sarah and Michelle and all the great crew inside the Waddle Inn shop at the ballpark. It's also open during the week, so even if you're not coming out for a Ducks game, you can still come on out to the ballpark during regular business hours and get yourself some awesome, really cool stuff in there, some good Ducks merchandise. New pitcher in the game for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, it's left-hander Robert Carson. Coming in, we'll get you his season numbers as well as the final line on Darrell Thompson in just a moment. First will be Quentin Berry leading things off, followed by Lou Ford and Angelo Sanko, lefty-righty lefty against the lefty Rob Carson. Berry bluffs a bunt, pulls it back, and takes a ball high and outside. And the count is 1-0. Berry having himself a good game, a pair of hits for the Ducks center fielder, batting in the 2-hole. Also picked up his second stolen base of the season. And the pitch from Carson This is low and outside. The count now 2 balls and no strikes. Robert Carson this season, 3-2 record with a 5.25 ERA. This is his 29th appearance of the year. 2-0 pitch. Berry swings and flies one high in the air and deep to left field. Driving back Hose, who's got room in front of the warning track, and he's got it lined up after a last-second adjustment. Makes the catch for out number 1 here in the 7th. So 1 up and 1 set aside for Robert Carson here in the 7th inning. I think his first appearance since July 1st, and that was against the Ducks. Game that did not go too well for Carson. First pitch on the way to Ford is a called strike in the inside corner. And the count is 0-1. Tell you about Carson's line in that game in just a second. Pitch to Ford is fouled straight back into the netting behind home plate that extends up, and now the count 0-2. Carson, will give you an idea of how well it went when he was removed from the game. Slammed the glove into the back of the dugout at Bethpage Ballpark, not once, not twice, but thrice. Pitch to Ford, runs inside and hits him. Oh, right on the arm, or rather the knee for Ford, as he crumples down. Donnie Pitchford, the Ducks trainer, out to check on Lou. Backs up and shaking off his leg a little bit as that one made just a gruesome noise as it hit off of him. Ford will head on down to first base after being hit by the pitch. Walking a little bit gingerly. Ducks have a base runner here with 1 out in the top of the 7th. Game tied at 4 between the Ducks and the Blue Crabs. Yeah, here's Carson's line from that last appearance, July 1st at Bethpage Ballpark. Pitched 1/3 of an inning, gave up 4 runs on 4 hits, struck out 1, and faced 5 batters in that game. That was in a 10-8 Ducks victory. Carson didn't get a decision. Well, when Carson came into the game, the Blue Crabs were leading 7-2. By the time all things were said and done, it was 7-6. And that was only because the Ducks weren't allowed to do any more damage against him in that 8th inning. Here's Angelo Sonko. First pitch misses, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. Sonko doubled against Carson in that appearance. Extra bases here would set the Ducks up nicely. Depending on where it is, Ford might be able to come around and score, and depending on how he's feeling after that hit by pitch. Pitch to Sonko, late swing and foul, count even up at 1-1. Carson, former major leaguer with the New York Mets, very briefly. Trying to hold the score even at 4. Now the pitch. Check swing at a ball that misses outside. The count now 2 balls and 1 strike to Carson. Or rather, from Carson to Sonko. Ford with his leadoff first base. Carson set. Allen sets up outside. Now the pitch. Swinging a foul tip back into the catcher's mitt of Luis Allen. And the count even up at 2 balls and 2 strikes to Angelo Sonko. Game tied at 4. Here in the top of the 7th inning, we'll get up and stretch at the end of this half frame. Sonko hoping that it'll be a happy stretch for the Ducks. Carson works from the third base side of the rubber, now delivers. Swing and a miss. Sonko goes down on strikes. 4th strikeout of the night for Southern Maryland pitching. And the first time that Sonko has gone down, and that's out number 2 here in the 7th. Bring up Ruben Gotay, switch hitter. Will turn around and bat from the right-hand side for the first time tonight. A final line on Darrell Thompson as Carson delivers the first pitch to Gotay, and it misses high and inside for a ball. Count 1-0. Final line on Thompson, 6 innings, 9 hits, 4 runs, but just 1 earned, 1 walk, and 3 strikeouts. Now Carson set. Here's the pitch to Gotay. This is high and outside. It's now 2 balls and no strikes. Carson needs to rein it in a little bit here. Can't get Gotay. The inning will extend for Mark Krause. Another lefty. Carson delivers. Oh, and he's right down Broadway for a called strike. It's now 2-1. The pitch that caught the knees. It's this season hitting .299 against Carson. He's set, now the pitch. Swing a line drive, hit out towards right center field. This could be trouble. Moving over his cone. He sticks out the glove, slides, and did he hang on? Still no indication, but it looks like he did. What a play by Zach Cone to end the inning in style. And we'll stay tied at 4. It's time to get up and stretch at Regency Furniture Stadium. Ducks 4, Blue Crabs 4. You're listening to Long Island Ducks Baseball on the Ducks Broadcast Network.
Hey fans, this is outfielder Angelo Sanco, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
Long Island's Ford Giant is celebrating its 60th year anniversary. Stop by Sayville Ford to check out their state-of-the-art showroom featuring enclosed service drives, luxurious customer lounge, and a larger selection to choose from. Get giant savings on hundreds of new and used vehicles in stock. Sayville Ford's 60th anniversary celebration is going on now. Visit SayvilleFord.com or download the Sayville Ford app today to learn more about Sayville Ford's 60th anniversary savings. Call 631-589-4800 today.
Baseball fans, the Long Island Ducks mobile app has officially arrived. Powered by Clear Vision Apps, it's your one-stop shop for all things Ducks baseball. Buy tickets straight from your mobile device. Receive game status updates with push notifications. Check out up-to-the-minute news and scores and interact with the Ducks on social media. Best of all, it's free. Download the Ducks mobile app today by visiting the App Store on your Apple-powered device or Google Play on your Android-powered device. The Long Island Ducks mobile app, with you wherever you flock to.
Well, we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. The Long Island Ducks and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs are tied at 4. Here as, from the looks of things, right now there are Chick-fil-A cows being tossed out from the suite level down to unsuspecting fans below. And what I want to know is if I can toss one of those darn things down there, but I don't think they can hear me. It'll be Rob Rogers staying in to start his first full inning of relief. The game tied at 4. He'll face Patrick Palmero, Jose Lozada, and Edwin Garcia, 9-1-2 in the Southern Maryland lineup. First pitch on the way to Palmero is swung on and missed, and it counts 0-1. The Blue Crabs have mimicked the Ducks all night. The Ducks scored a run in the top of the first. The Blue Crabs scored a run in the bottom of the first. The Ducks scored 3 runs in the top of the 6th. The Blue Crabs 3 in the bottom. As the pitch is in for a called strike to Palmero, the count quickly 0-2. That's how we find ourselves all knotted up at 4 as we play in the bottom of the 7th inning. Neither starting pitcher will factor into the decision. This will be a battle of the bullpens. Pitch from Rogers on the outside corner, strike 3 called. Palmero goes down looking on a beautifully placed fastball from Rob Rogers. 1 up and 1 quickly set aside. First strikeout for Rogers and just the 2nd for Ducks pitching tonight. That flips the lineup guard over and will bring up Jose Lozada. Lozada 1 for 3, singled, stole second, and came around to score back in the first inning, and has since flown out to left field and bounced into a 3-6-3 double play. Rogers comes set from the first base side of the rubber, and the pitch. Fastball runs in and hits off the glove of Alex Berg and then catches home plate umpire Jim Clayton right on the mask. That's ball one. And Clayton a little bit shaken up. Takes a couple steps around. I saw Bethpage Ballpark last weekend. It was actually while the Ducks were playing the Blue Crabs that home plate umpire Fred DeJesus took one right off the crown. This pitch to Lozada is popped up on the infield. Dan Lyons, the shortstop underneath it, and he makes the catch backpedaling with his heels against the outfield grass. 2 up and 2 quickly set aside for Rob Rogers. Rogers threw just 7 pitches when he came in the 6th to retire the side for the Blue Crabs, and now has utilized just 5 here in the 7th. It's the first pitch to Garcia, late swing and a foul ball. Alex Berg over for a look on the first base side, but he runs out of room as it hits down to the 4th row of seats behind the Ducks dugout on the first base line. Count 0-1 to Edwin Garcia. Garcia's 0 for 3 with 3 flyouts, 2 of them to right field and then 1 to left. He's just missing center field for the hat trick, as there are some balloons that are all going loose. There's about 7 or 8 of them that are just floating about. This is absurd. Where are these balloons coming from? All at once, there's about 8 golden balloons just floating around as Garcia hits one on the ground to shortstop. It's scooped by Lyons. He throws to first. This is crazy. That ends the inning. And the balloons, they go flying by. 99 of them, I say. We go to the 8th. Still tied at 4. You're listening to the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
Hey fans, this is pitcher Patrick Kreider, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
PSEG Long Island is making things work for you with over 10 energy efficiency programs that can help you save on your monthly electric bill. From our free online energy analyzer and in-home energy assessments to rebates on energy efficient air conditioning, even discounts on LED light bulbs. Helping you save on electricity is our job. What to do with your savings?
Flight 85 now boarding for the magic of Orlando.
Is entirely up to you. Visit pseglyny.com/save money. Just one more way PSEG Long Island is making things work for you.
Take your group out to the ball game this season and enjoy all the fun of Ducks baseball at discounted prices with the picnic area, luxury suites, the Smokin' Owl's party deck, and so much more. Bringing your group to the game will be an unforgettable experience. The Ducks even offer opportunities to sing the national anthem, serve as the Ridgewood Savings Bank color guard, be the Nicolak Dream Team, put on a pregame performance, or shag fly balls during Ducks batting practice. To book your outing today, call 631-940-3825 and ask for the group sales department. Long Island Ducks Baseball. Good times every time.
Well, folks, you might be able to see we are not going to start the top of the 8th inning right now. And in fact, everyone is scattering for cover as there is one of the biggest, darkest, scariest clouds that I have ever seen starting to make its way towards the ballpark. Fans are running for cover. 99 Luft balloons have been hoisted towards the sky, and the tarp is going to come out onto the field. We're going to have ourselves a little delay. The Ducks are heading out towards the clubhouse, as are the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. So we're going to go into a holding pattern and hopefully get this thing all sorted out. The game is tied at 4 as we get set for the top of the 8th inning. It would be a potential due-up of Mark Krause, Alex Berg, and Giovanni Alfonso for the Ducks against a would-be a new Southern Maryland pitcher. But again, that is on hold. The tarp is coming out onto the field, and we are heading into a rain delay. By the way, the time of the rain delay officially began at 8:48 p.m. So into the holding pattern we go. Stay tuned for this, unfortunately not scheduled programming. You're listening to the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
You're listening to the soundtrack of the Ducks Championship DVD, 2004 Long Island Ducks, A Season to Remember. The Long Island Ducks baseball game is currently being delayed due to inclement weather. We will update you on the status of the game as soon as possible, and thanks for listening to Long Island Ducks baseball exclusively here on LIDucks.com. We now return you to our trip down memory lane.
Hi, I'm Chris King, the radio and TV voice of your Long Island Ducks. 2004 was a very special season for the Ducks, both on and off the field. From the first pitch of spring training until the final out of their championship victory, there were packed houses, nail-biting wins, and enough excitement to last a lifetime. During the Ducks' first ever trip to the Atlantic League playoffs, each of their 6 games was decided by just one run, with the Ducks winning 5 of those. In putting together this championship DVD, we'll take a walk down memory lane and take you step by step through the Long Island Ducks' 2004 Atlantic League Championship. Following another close call at the end of the 2003 season, the Ducks had finished second in 6 of 8 halves through their first 4 seasons of play and still had never qualified for a playoff spot. After a winter full of organizational meetings and player signings, the team headed down to spring training loaded with talent, brimming with confidence, and eager to prove that this team was different.
Well, when we got down to spring training, it was we kind of realized that this was kind of a special group of guys. And we all clicked from the very beginning, and our mission was, you know, if we're going to be in the independent league and nobody's going to give us an opportunity to go play in organized ball, then we're going to try to do the absolute best that we can with our team. And like I said, we felt like we had a special talent and a special group of guys, and it was our goal to go out and win the championship.
He is all business on that 5th day. I tell you, he has his good times and whatever, and keeps everybody loose up to that point, and then, it's business day.
I expect to win, and I expect to win pretty much with the whole pitching staff. When you get Bill out there, he's going to fight you. He's going to fight you to the end. He never wants to come out, and that's always good.
Of the 25 players on Long Island's opening day roster, 14 had major league experience, highlighted by a pitching staff that featured Bill Pulsifer, Matt Beach, Matt DeWitt, Bill Seamus, and Lance Davis, all of whom had experienced success at the big league level.
Every spring training, especially with the Ducks, you go into it of not knowing how long you're going to keep your guys, and that's always a concern. But when we walked out on the field the first day, when Pulsifer and Seamus showed up, there was no longer any worry of what type of clubhouse we were going to have. The camaraderie was there just with those 2 individuals, and as a coach, as a manager, when you know your camaraderie is good, it solves a lot of problems. So everybody else was going to fit into place. All the guys that we had from the previous year, we knew were very good guys, very good individuals, and we pride ourselves with the Ducks of bringing in good individuals, not just statistics, but they got to be good people to play here. And as soon as we had those 2 guys, we knew we were set.
As the season began, Long Island came out of the gates on fire, emerging victorious in each of their first 6 games.
4. And the Ducks win the game. Final score, Long Island Ducks 5, Pennsylvania Road Warriors 4.
By the end of the season's first month, Long Island was on a roll, in first place with a 16-7 record.
We had a lot of guys returning from the year before. It was myself and Barty and Doug and JJ and stuff. Well, those guys, I know they remember the hurt that we felt in that last game and how close we were to it. And then getting guys like Pulsfer and Seamus and Lance and Beach and those guys in the beginning of the year, we knew we had a staff that could take us all the way. Of course, the big question was how long were we going to have them for? Which comes across every year with the Ducks, is that we start off great, and if somehow or another the guys get picked up, which is what the league is for, and but it hurts our team club, and we never seem to make the playoffs because we got guys leaving, and sometimes you just can't replace those guys.
By mid-June, however, 3 of Long Island's top pitchers had been signed to Major League organizational deals. Clint Weibel was the first to go, followed by Matt DeWitt and Matt Beach. Following their departures, the Ducks hit a skid, and, following a July 5th loss at the hands of the Nashua Pride, found themselves 1 game behind the arch-rival Bridgeport Bluefish with just 7 games remaining in the season's first half. Despite regaining their footing in the following series against Pennsylvania, the Ducks found themselves needing a sweep of Bridgeport in the half's final series in order to earn a berth in the Atlantic League playoffs.
All the Bluefish needed was 1 victory in the 3-game set, and the Ducks' playoff hopes would be dashed yet again. And the Ducks would have to do it against their arch rivals on the road in a ballpark in which their playoff dreams died in the last week of the 2000 season. They'd also have to do it in a ballpark where they'd only won 13 times in 37 games coming into the season.
You're listening to the soundtrack of the Ducks Championship DVD, 2004 Long Island Ducks, A Season to Remember. The Long Island Ducks baseball game is currently being delayed due to inclement weather. We will update you on the status of the game as soon as possible, and thanks for listening to Long Island Ducks baseball exclusively here on LIDucks.com. We now return you to our trip down memory lane.
The 3-game series with Bridgeport during the July 10th through the 12th was quite an exciting series, and it was great to have the fans coming over. I mean, there was so many little facets of that particular series that was going into play that not a lot of people, unless you'd been around and been a part of the Long Island Duck organization for a while, would really understand the complexity of it. With that veteran team that we had, we knew that if we just went in and played 1 game at a time, which is, of course, very cliche, but yet it's very applicable for the situation. If we win the first couple of games, that we would put the pressure back on them, and that's what we did. The Monday night game, after it being called after the 9 innings, was very frustrating for all of us, both teams in general.
I know the feeling after the game of that last night when it was raining. We were in the clubhouse and we were going, this can't happen. I mean, we can't end it like this. We had just come back. I mean, we battled our butts off. And so did Bridgeport. I mean, it was a great series that we played against them. We beat them the first 2 games of the series. It came down to that last game. They had scored a couple runs in the beginning, and we fought back to tie it. And it came down to the 9th inning, and we were playing in the rain the whole game. And when they called the game and took us off the field because of the rain, it was kind of mind-boggling. It's like, what are we doing? We've been playing in this for 9 innings. I mean, just all it takes is we finish 9 innings. The next person to score will win.
So the Long Island Ducks headed home. The July 12th game was declared a tie, with a new August 9th game rescheduled to be played its entirety and no playoff spot yet secured. Despite the fact that they had come so far, the Ducks had no closure. The second half would begin on Friday night, but there was still 4 weeks of baseball to play before the first half champion would be declared.
Well, so we start the second half of the season. We don't know who the first half champion is, and we're going to play that game 2.5, 3 weeks out. It really kept the tension around here at a certain pitch. Certainly kept all the fans' interest. We started to point our whole season towards 1 game, and that's sort of good and it's sort of bad. For the fans, it was high drama. For us in our organization, it was high drama. For the ball players, so we were all focused in on that August 9th game.
And while the Ducks would have to wait for their chance to play for their first ever playoff spot, they would continue their pursuit of individual and team records that would fall during the magical 2004 season.
The Ducks' second half playoff drive has begun. But wait a minute, what about the first half?
Good question.
Something you've never even heard in baseball. You know, just like, let's put off the first half until a month later.
Because of a rainout, the Ducks and Bluefish have yet to decide who won the North Division. They'll replay the game in its entirety August 9th.
I mean, we definitely had momentum in our favor, and it was just too bad that it just had to stop like it did.
To have it end like that was really disappointing. We have some guys that do real well now. Who knows if Doug, Kamara Barty or Pulsford is going to be here come August 9th.
That could really change things.
They were a big part of our team.
"19 days and counting till August 9th.
You're listening to the soundtrack of the Ducks Championship DVD, 2004 Long Island Ducks, A Season to Remember. The Long Island Ducks baseball game is currently being delayed due to inclement weather. We will update you on the status of the game as soon as possible, and thanks for listening to Long Island Ducks baseball exclusively here on liducks.com. We now return you to our trip down memory lane. When August 9th finally arrived, the team and its fans were ready.
My guys are ready to go. They're ready to play this game. As I'm sure these guys are too. I mean, it's about the playoffs. I mean, there's a couple reasons why these players are all here in this league. One, to get back to organizations, and the other, getting the playoffs. And here it is right here on the table for them. So now it's whoever's the hungriest.
With more than 700 loyal Duck fans in attendance in Bridgeport, everything was on the line once again for Long Island's hometown team. In a game dubbed "One Game for All the Marbles" by Bridgeport officials, the Bluefish took an early 3-0 advantage against the Ducks and starter Brian Ricard.
Count 1 ball, 2 strikes to Avila.
And again, Lou, the rosters of these teams is quite different from what it was the last time we played this game on July 12th. The Ducks do have Garrick back. The Bluefish have Willis Otanez and DJ Boston back, but Long Island has lost Bill Pulsifer, Lance Davis, and Manny Ulloa, 3 of their best pitchers who've gone on to affiliated teams.
Beautiful pitch on the inside corner, and Ricard ends the inning, but
the Ducks showed their mettle, battling back and tying the game on Kamara Barty's 2-out, 2-run home run in the 5th inning off Bluefish ace Tim Kaine.
Delivers, swing and a miss, tied him up inside, and Kaine works ahead 0-2.
And a chance for Kamara to get some retribution, Lou, as it was Kamara Barty who popped out to second base back in the 3rd inning with the bases loaded and 1 away. So he gets another chance here to at least drive in 1 run if he can bring in Cole Liniak from second.
0-2 pitch, swung on and drilled to deep left field. Going back is Otanez. It's gone. A home run for Barty. A 2-run shot. And we are all tied at 4.
Well, for Kamara Barty, his team-leading 18th home run.
We were down early, so we were like, all right, now we got to fight back. But once you hit that 2-run home run and we're dead even, it's a whole new game. It's like, all right, it's 0-0. Now it's our game. We have the momentum. Let's take it. Let's go all the way with this.
Now Andrew Salvo. Be interesting to see if he tries to bunt here.
I would think so.
Bridgeport thinking bunt. Lou Aloha now coming in at 3rd, and Salvo bunts it. It's a good-looking bunt, and they're going to go to first. For a second, Sherman thought about going to second, but then got the sure out at first base. Salvo does his job. Sacrifice bunt sends Rodriguez down to second, and he is the potential go-ahead run for the Ducks.
Well, Andrew Salvo practices that bunt every day in batting practice, and in the biggest spot of the season for Long Island, he comes through as manager Don McCormack there, playing small ball here in a tie game, and now he hopes that Kevin Baez, who's had the best defensive play of the game for Long Island, can come through with some offense.
Well, the Duck fans making some noise now. Baez and Justin Davies will try to give the Ducks the lead. Baez swings and lifts it deep down the right field line. Pennyfeather is there, makes the catch. Rodriguez is going to try to go. Pennyfeather's throw is into the stands, and Rodriguez will score on the overthrow. Long Island takes the lead. It's 5-4 Ducks.
Well, can you believe it? Will Pennyfeather, who had the best catch of the game for the Bluefish and one of the best arms in the Atlantic League, just threw one into the seats, into the Duck fan section. And as he did, Louis Rodriguez, who was tagging, is able to circle third and score. The Ducks have their first lead of the game in the top of the ninth on a Will Pennyfeather overthrow.
With the Ducks now holding a 1-run lead, Long Island called on closer Bill Seamus for the final 3 outs.
And the Bluefish now down to their last strike.
And much like they do at Citibank Park, the Duck fans are on their feet throughout this ballpark, hundreds of them, standing and cheering for what they hope will be strike 3.
No balls, 2 strikes to Boston. Seamus gets the sign. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. The Long Island Ducks have won the first half championship in the Atlantic League's North Division. And the Ducks will go to the playoffs for the first time in franchise history.
And you see the jubilation on the mound. It has taken them 4 years, 3 months, and 12 days since the first pitch in franchise history was thrown back in April of 2000. But there will be postseason baseball on Long Island come September for the first time ever. And that guy, Bill Seamus, is the happiest man on the field.
The Ducks battle back.
You're listening to the soundtrack of the Ducks Championship DVD, 2004 Long Island Ducks, A Season to Remember. The Long Island Ducks baseball game is currently being delayed due to inclement weather. We will update you on the status of the game as soon as possible, and thanks for listening to Long Island Ducks baseball exclusively here on LIDucks.com. We now return you to our trip down memory lane.
Once we got to that last inning once we brought Seamus in the 8th and we got through that, and knowing that, our cards are on the table. Everything that you kind of laid out before the game, how you want the game to go, and everything is just, it's right there for you. You just stick by your game plan that you pretty much had thought out. And when it gets down to it and it comes to, here it is, right on the table for Mr. Seamus, and the guy we've counted on the whole time. And it's like I've said before, he's one of them guys that you count on night in, night out. And it was just kind of a relaxed excitement watching him, because he just kind of manhandled Darryl Boston. It was really not much of a contest. And it was just, after that, it was such a relief, to finally get on the board with that first one, that the three of us, me, Buddy, and Dave, just kind of was embraced, and we let them do their thing on the field, and it was a relief sensation.
Following a dizzying post-game celebration, the Ducks returned to the reality of the second half. With 7 of their pitchers now gone and pitching for affiliated teams, the team struggled in the month of August, posting a record of 14-16 with a 5.63 ERA. With the key pitchers now departed, it was clear the Ducks' playoff hopes would depend on a promise made by a group of pitchers all the way back in spring training known as the Band: Bill Seamus, Bill Pulsifer, Matt Beach, and Lance Davis.
Those guys, upon leaving, vowed to us that if they didn't get called up to the big leagues, they'd come back, and that's the rest is history. Those people came back, and we played 7 consecutive one-run games.
Well, those at the end of the first half, prior to us having to reschedule the August 9th game, I remember being in the dugout and talking with Pointer about, and this is a guy that's won a World Series at the Major League level, and we both had the same feeling of playoff baseball. It doesn't matter where you're at, Little League or on up, it's just a special feeling, and that's the real reason that true baseball players play, and that's to have a chance to win a championship. Not for the money, not for the fame, not for anything like that. It's just to go out and compete at the highest level of your league, wherever it be, and you to be the top of it. It's really a special thing, winning a championship. And there's plenty of guys that play their whole careers and don't even make playoffs, let alone win a championship at any level. So it's really a special thing. And when a group of guys gets together and accomplishes something, it's camaraderie. It's a very special thing.
On September 14th, the leader of the band, lefty Bill Pulsifer, was the first to make good on his promise to return. Within 5 days, Seamus, Beach, and Davis followed suit, and Long Island's once awe-inspiring pitching staff was back at full strength just in time for the team's first ever playoff appearance. The first playoff game in franchise history was on the road on Tuesday, September 21st, 2004 at historic Holman Stadium in Nashua, New Hampshire. The Nashua Pride held a 10-8 advantage over the Long Island Ducks in the regular season, and they featured an explosive offense led by former Major League All-Star Dante Bichette. Despite rallying late in the game, the Ducks fell 3-2, and their playoff hopes were in danger just one game into the best-of-3 series.
Yeah, you'd like to, you'd like to win that first game, but we were coming back home, so I thought it was a great game, and up there we just didn't, we didn't make our move late in the game like we normally do, and then you come back here and you have all this enthusiasm. You have this 4 years of frustration, which is more in-house than it is the new players that came in. They had nothing to do with being defeated. There are a couple guys here, Justin Davies and Doug Jennings, who had gone through all these close losses for all these years, and then you have the fans who had gone through that.
You're listening to the soundtrack of the Ducks Championship DVD, 2004 Long Island Ducks, A Season to Remember. The Long Island Ducks baseball game is currently being delayed due to inclement weather. We will update you on the status of the game as soon as possible, and thanks for listening to Long Island Ducks baseball exclusively here on LIDucks.com. We now return you to our trip down memory lane. After dropping Game 1 of the Atlantic League North Division playoffs in Nashua, the Ducks returned home to a raucous Citibank Park for the first home playoff game in franchise history. The sellout crowd had waited 5 years for this night to arrive. 6,322 strong and armed with thundersticks was in full throat as Bill Pulsifer headed out to the mound.
The first playoff game here at Citibank Park was all obviously very personal to me and very special for me. And I've been to Super Bowls, and I've been to Final Four in college basketball games, and been to a tremendous amount of, played in a few championship games myself. But this was, from the time I walked from my office to my seat, it was like I was in the game, and so were 6,000 other people. This was an electric night for the fans and for our whole organization. I mean, it really felt like I had to put my chin strap on, actually, and get ready to play. Almost had that football game feeling to it, not a baseball game. So it wasn't lost on anyone in the house that night how important this game was, and that we were really ready to play that baseball game.
After Pulsifer exited with a one-run lead in the 7th inning, relievers Jordan Zimmerman and Joe Cotton got the game to the 8th inning for Bill Seamus, who slammed the door shut on the Nashua Pride with a 6-out save. With a 3-2 victory of their own, the Ducks were headed to the decisive Game 3, with Lance Davis headed to the hill. Davis was dazzling in Game 3, tossing 7 2/3 innings of shutout ball before giving way to Joe Cotton, who closed out the 8th inning. And while Davis was brilliant, his counterpart on Nashua, former Duck Denny Harriger, was equal to the task, leaving Long Island clinging to a 1-0 lead going into the final inning of play.
Interesting, we're going against Denny Harriger, who we had let go, and we always thought with Denny, if you can get him early, you're going to get him big. And we got him a little bit early, but then he settled down and pitched a great game. He really pitched a great game, and I was just amazed at the pitches he was throwing where he wanted to. But we just had better pitching that day. We had Lance Davis and we had Bill Seamus, and they didn't.
After Seamus closed out the Pride in the 9th, the Ducks had clinched the North Division title and were headed to the Atlantic League's championship round. The postgame celebration was subdued as the players in the clubhouse knew there was still one more mountain to climb. The Ducks would battle the Camden River Sharks in a best-of-5 Atlantic League Championship Series starting Friday night, September the 24th at Citibank Park in Central Islip. Game 1 of the Atlantic League Championship Series was a high-scoring affair, with Long Island leading 10-6 in the top of the 9th inning and the bases loaded. Manager Don McCormick turned to Joe Cotton to get the game's final 2 outs. For once, Long Island's bullpen didn't respond, as former Montreal Expo Chris Widger stepped to the plate and hit a grand slam home run to tie the game at 10. In extra innings, it was Justin Davies who took center stage and played the hero. The original Duck, who had amassed over 500 games in a Long Island uniform, was now in position to register his first game-winning playoff hit. Facing Camden's Evan Thomas with Jason Johnson on third and 2 outs, Davies lined a shot to right field with 2 strikes to deliver an 11-inning, 4-hour and 22-minute Ducks win, and a 1-0 series advantage heading into Saturday night's Game 2.
We were on Game 1 of the championship series. The game's tied. I think it was in the 11th inning or 12th inning. I know it was extra innings, and I came up with 2 outs facing Evan Thomas, who just recently came back from winning championship with Buffalo in AAA. 2 down and man on, I think he was on third. And he got 2 quick strikes against me. And I'm saying, all right, I know that he's going to try and end up throwing a curveball very low inside, and because he had a really good curveball, and trying to throw it low and into the lefty, trying to ground out somewhere. So I just kind of relaxed, took a deep breath, and just tried to put the bat on the ball and let something happen. I wasn't really aiming for the hole, to hit the ball between first and second. I just saw the ball, I saw the break, stayed with it, put the bat on the ball, and once I saw that ball go to the infield, it was just a shot of adrenaline just went right through me. It was, I can't believe I did it. I just hit the base when it hit. But I mean, it's a tribute to my teammates because, guys had to get on base. Guys had to put me in that situation. We had to fight. We had to score 11 runs in the first place in order to get there.
Well, we promised you that we would have an update, and here it is. The Tarp is off the field. They've announced a start time of 9:25, so 9:25 p.m. is the scheduled time that tonight's game between the Long Island Ducks and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs will resume here from Regency Furniture Stadium. We're doing some final preparations to the field now. Big kudos to the grounds crew here for getting the tarp on before the rains got heavy, really protected the field nicely. There was some heavy rain that moved through for a period of, about, 10 minutes or so. But then that cleared out. The radar is all clear in behind, and we're set to resume baseball. It'll be at the top of the 8th inning. The Long Island Ducks and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs are tied at 4. Until then, enjoy the remainder of the 2004 Ducks Championship Season DVD, as narrated by Chris King.
In Saturday night's Game 2, first baseman Doug Jennings began the proceedings with a first-inning 2-run home run that staked Long Island to an early lead. For the second consecutive night, Justin Davies played the hero, singling off the glove of third baseman Brad Strauss to drive home Rodriguez for a 5-4 win in the game and a 2-0 Ducks series lead.
I remember sitting in the dugout maybe a couple innings before saying, you know what, it'd be cool if I had the opportunity to do this again. And it finally presented itself, I was like, wow, I mean, this is something else. I mean, here I am, I have an opportunity to do this, but I was facing Rizzo. And that's a guy that I don't really care to face. He's a left-handed thrower, he's got a hard cutter. He's a really good pitcher, and I said, all right, this is not going to be easy. And once again, I just tried to put the bat on the ball and make something happen. I think I had less than 2 outs this time. And the infield was in, Brad Strauss was in, and I just hit a little chopper right over his head. Nothing great, nothing too fancy, just luck of the bounce, and we did it. And I remember seeing that ball going over his glove and saying, holy cow, this is unbelievable to do that again.
With the series switching sites to Campbell's Field in Camden, New Jersey for Sunday night's Game 3, the Ducks sent their best to the Hill, Bill Pulsifer, to try to clinch the Atlantic League Championship. Camden broke out on top early, plating 3 runs on 4 hits in the top of the first off Bill Pulsifer, and the score remained 3-0 into the 5th inning, with
River Sharks ace Lincoln Mickelson tossing a no-hitter against Long Island through the first 4 innings. After Jason Johnson singled to break up the no-no, Rusty McNamara scalded a shot down the left field line that scored Doug Jennings for the first Long Island run. Matt Garrick followed that with a sac fly to left that plated Johnson, cutting the Camden lead to 3-2. In the 7th, Long Island took the lead for good as McNamara drove home Jennings for the tying run, and Kevin Baez was hit by a pitch with the bases loaded to give Long Island its first lead of the game. After Long Island went quietly in the top of the 8th, manager Don McCormick called once again on closer Bill Seamus. The appearance was the first for Seamus since his save against Nashua in the deciding game of the divisional playoffs, and McCormack, along with the hundreds of flock faithful in attendance, was hoping for more of the same. Seamus didn't disappoint. After setting down the Sharks 1-2-3 in the 8th, he retired the first 2 batters he faced in the 9th inning before allowing a single to Chris Wakeland.
He comes to the belt with his glove, and the 0-1 is popped in the air, right center field. Justin Davies going over with Jason Johnson. Jason Johnson makes the catch! He makes the catch! The Ducks win 4-3, and the Long Island Ducks have swept the Camden River Sharks. They are the 2004 Atlantic League champions. They will hoist the trophy in this, their 5th anniversary season, and they are mobbing each other outside the Long Island dugout. The entire team is there.
The Ducks became the first team in Atlantic League history to win every playoff game of their championship march by just 1 run.
In a storybook ending to a magical season, original Duck Justin Davies was named the Atlantic League Championship Series MVP. In the series, Davies had 2 walk-off game-winning hits, batted .385 with a triple, 4 runs scored, and 3 RBI.
And what a season it was. We're back here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Joe Vasile here with you on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network as the Ducks and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs are getting ready to resume action here. The rain delay that bruised through, the pretty intense storm that was raining pretty hard for about 10 to 15 minutes has blown through the area. Radar is, knock on wood, all clear in behind. I mean, this one just kind of came up out of nowhere, so hopefully there's not a whole other thing coming up like that, but I'm sure we're all clear now. And we're set to resume baseball, game tied at 4 as we get set to start the top of the 8th inning. Before we do that, though, why don't we take a look around the Atlantic League and get you caught up on some of the scores from around the circuit here tonight. Of course, a little bit of a recap in this one. The Long Island Ducks got on the board first. That was back in the top of the first inning when Angelo Sonko lifted a sacrifice fly to the warning track out in right field. That ended up scoring Phelan Lantini with the game's first run to put Long Island up by a score of 1-0. It was a short-lived lead for the Ducks in that first inning, as in the bottom of the first inning, Jose Lozada led things off with a single against Dennis O'Grady and then stole second base. moved to third on a fly ball to right field from Edwin Garcia. That was caught for an out, and then Zach Wilson lifted a sacrifice fly into center field, which scored Lozada from third base. So the game was tied at 1. We went along at that score up until the top of the 6th inning, when with 2 outs, the Long Island Ducks struck for 3 runs, all of which ended up being unearned against Darryl Thompson. As with 2 outs, Mark Krause lined a single into right field, and then Alex Berg reached on a throwing error from Patrick Palmero when his throw to first base went wide, and that set runners up on first and third with 2 outs for Giovanni Alfonso. Alfonso responded with an 0-1 single into center field for a base hit that scored Krause from third and put the Ducks up by a score of 2-1. On the very next pitch, Dan Lyons was at the plate, and on what sounded like a broken bat, he ended up looping a double down the left field line and into the corner, and ended up scoring Berg all the way from second base and Alfonso from first, and gave the Ducks a 4-1 lead. Again, though, that lead was short-lived for Long Island, as in the bottom of the 6th inning, the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs came back against Dennis O'Grady again. Zach Wilson led off with a single, then Michael Snyder flew out to center, and Corey Vaughn then singled after him to put runners on first and second. L.J. Hose then drew a walk to load the bases with 1 out, and that was all for Dennis O'Grady on the night. He was removed in favor of Rob Rogers. Rogers came in and allowed a 2-run single to Zach Cohn, and then a sacrifice fly to Luis Allen, which tied the game at 4, but then Cohn was caught up in a rundown between second and third base on that sacrifice fly, and ended up being tagged out in between second and third by Giovanni Alfonso for the 3rd out in the inning. So the game was tied at 4. We went to the top of the 7th inning, and the Ducks went quietly with the exception of a hit by pitch against Robert Carson. And in the bottom of the 7th, Rob Rogers threw a 1-2-3 inning. And then, while that bottom of the 7th was going on, wind was really starting to pick up here at Regency Furniture Stadium. There were balloons flying all over the place, if you remember. And then at the end of the inning, the tarp was called for, and we went into a delay at 8:48 p.m. So the Blue Crabs will take the field. They'll start warming up with a new pitcher on the mound. We'll take a break, and when we come back, in theory, we'll be resuming baseball, and let's hope that's exactly what we get. It's the Ducks 4 and the Blue Crabs 4 on the Ducks Broadcast Network.
And you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
PSEG Long Island is making things work for you with over 10 energy efficiency programs that can help you save on your monthly electric bill. From our free online energy analyzer and in-home energy assessments to rebates on energy-efficient air conditioning, even discounts on LED light bulbs. Helping you save on electricity is our job. What to do with your savings?
Flight 85 now boarding for the magic of Orlando.
Is entirely up to you. Visit pseglyny.com/save money. Just one more way PSEG Long Island is making things work for you.
Take your group out to the ball game this season and enjoy all the fun of Ducks baseball at discounted prices with the picnic area, luxury suites, the Smokin' Owl's party deck, and so much more. Bringing your group to the game will be an unforgettable experience. The Ducks even offer opportunities to sing the national anthem, serve as the Ridgewood Savings Bank color guard, be the Nicolak Dream Team, put on a pregame performance, or shag fly balls during Ducks batting practice. To book your outing today, call 631-940-3825 and ask for the group sales department. Long Island Ducks Baseball. Good times every time.
The new pitcher in the game for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs is the right-hander Cody Hebner, who enters for the Blue Crabs, relieving Robert Carson. Hebner will be the 3rd pitcher in the game. He's making his 29th appearance of the season, 3-1, with a 4.10 earned run average. 26 1/3 innings pitched this year for Hebner. He's allowed 21 hits, struck out 36, and walked 16. Opponents are hitting just .219 against Cody Hebner. So Hebner will go up against Mark Krause, Alex Berg, and Giovanni Alfonso here in the top of the 7th inning. Mark Krause strides up to the plate, and we are set to resume baseball here at Regency Furniture Stadium. We thank you for sticking with us through this rain delay, which began at 8:48 p.m. And here, just a shade after 9:30, Cody Hebner appears in, looking for his signs from his catcher today, Luis Allen. Krause leading things off, 2 for 2 today with a run scored, also drew a walk, and the first pitch on the way is on the outside corner for a called strike at 9:31 p.m. So the official time of the delay is 43 minutes. Pitch misses inside to Krause, and the count is now even up at 1-1 strike. Krause having reached base in all 3 plate appearances today. Hebner drops the hands to the belt, now the pitch. Swing a drive hit in the air to deep right center field, but playable for Zach Cohn in the spacious right center cavern here at Regency Furniture Stadium. He makes the catch. Route number 1 here in the 8th inning. So Krause gave the ball a ride, but comes up empty. 1 gone here in the top of the 8th inning. Game tied at 4. And Alex Berg will now come up to the plate. Good to see that a lot of Blue Crabs fans have stuck out the rain delay and stayed with us here tonight. A lot of times during rain delays, you'll see fans just kind of throw their hands up in the air and leave the game, but the Blue Crabs faithful sticking it out here. Hey, Friday night, no work tomorrow, no school tomorrow. Well, of course there's no school tomorrow. It's July. There better not be school tomorrow, but either way, good to see everyone sticking around, and that's going to be it for Cody Hebner. He's gone. New pitcher in the game for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. It's going to be Craig Stem coming in, and so we'll take another step aside here and get things all situated. You're listening to Long Island Ducks Baseball on the Ducks Broadcast Network.
Hey fans, this is pitcher Dennis O'Grady, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
PSEG Long Island is making things work for you with over 10 energy efficiency programs that can help you save on your monthly electric bill. From our free online energy analyzer and in-home energy assessments to rebates on energy-efficient air conditioning, even discounts on LED light bulbs. Helping you save on electricity is our job. What to do with your savings?
Flight 85 now boarding for the magic of Orlando.
Is entirely up to you. Visit psegly.com/save money. Just one more way PSEG Long Island is making things work for you.
Take your group out to the ball game this season and enjoy all the fun of Ducks baseball at discounted prices with the picnic area, luxury suites, the Smokin' Owls party deck, and so much more. Bringing your group to the game will be an unforgettable experience. The Ducks even offer opportunities to sing the national anthem, serve as the Ridgewood.
And so Craig Stem is ready to go. The first pitch on the way to Alex Berg is in for a called strike. And the count's 0-1. Cody Hebner through just 3 pitches and third of an inning and is now out of the game for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Here's the pitch. Late swing and a foul by Alex Berg. That'll get out of play. Count now no balls and 2 strikes to the Long Island Ducks catcher. And Hebner had warmed up before the rain delay and then came into the game, so I think maybe that might have something to do with it. Maybe it just didn't feel right getting warm and then cold and then having to get warm again. As the pitch to Berg is hit on the ground towards shortstop, picked there by Garcia. He throws on to first in time to retire Berg for out number 2 in the inning. So I guess rather be safe than sorry if you're John Harris, the manager of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. You know what? Let's not risk anything, bring in a new pitcher, and that new pitcher is Craig Stem. Stem is in his 7th appearance with the Blue Crabs. He's made 2 starts and now 5 relief appearances. 0-1 with a 9 ERA, 14 innings, 22 hits, 4 strikeouts, and 9 walks. Opponents hit .361 against him. First pitch to Giovanni Alfonso misses low and outside. The count 1 ball and no strikes. Alfonso 1 for 3 with an RBI single back in the 6th inning. He's also hit into a double play and flown out. Now the pitch. That's on the inside corner for a called strike, and the count now even up at 1-1. Apologize for some of the technical difficulties that we've been experiencing tonight in terms of The score graphic in the upper portion. Now the pitch, swing and a miss by Alfonso, and the count now 1-2. So Stem, tall number 24, 6'5", 215 pounds, delivers, and Alfonso swings and misses for strike 3. Fifth strikeout of the night for Blue Crab pitching, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for two different pitchers. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. We go to the bottom of the 8th, tied at 4. You're listening to Long Island Ducks baseball on the Ducks Broadcast Network.
This is pitcher Zach Treese, and you're listening to Ducks baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
Hey, Ducks fans, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks is the Radisson Hotel, Hauppauge, Long Island. It's centrally located on the north shore of Long Island and offers a home away from home for both business and leisure guests. The Radisson Hotel, Hauppauge, Long Island features an indoor pool, 24-hour business center, a fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi in all guest rooms. Enjoy the contemporary American cuisine at the Fountain Grill restaurant or grab a quick bite to eat at Cafe Pronto. And best of all, it's only minutes away from Bethpage Ballpark. The Radisson Hotel, Hauppauge, Long Island, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks. Call 631-231-1100 today. That's 631-231-1100.
Bethpage Ballpark is a great place to watch a ball game, so why not do so from some of the best seats in the house? The Ducks are proud to present the brand new Long Island Ducks Beer Garden. Open for all fans on nights when the Smokin' Owl's party deck has not been reserved, the Beer Garden will feature a variety of frosty draft and bottled brews, as well as several food choices. The area has been decked out with bar rail seating and Ducks branded furniture to provide a comfortable atmosphere for everyone. Be sure to stop by and check out the brand new Long Island Ducks Beer Garden on your next visit to the ballpark.
We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. A new pitcher in for the Long Island Ducks. It's the left-hander Patrick Kreider. Patrick Kreider comes in to relieve Rob Rogers. He'll be the third pitcher in the game for Long Island tonight. For Kreider, he makes his third appearance in the last 4 days. He's 0-4 with a 2.42 earned run average this season. It's going to be his team-leading 32nd appearance. He and Zach Treese are tied for the team lead in games appeared in. He's thrown 26 innings, struck out 31 and walked 14, allowed 17 hits, and has a 185 opponent's batting average against. Leading things off, going to be Zach Wilson. He'll be followed by Michael Snyder and Cody Vaughn. 3, 4, and 5 against Kreider as the first pitch on the way is fouled off. Up the third base line, the count 0-1. Game tied at 4 here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Hey, Ducks fans, do you want frequent updates on team transactions, scores, store specials, and the status of upcoming games? Then follow the Long Island Ducks on Twitter at twitter.com/LIDucks. With Twitter, the faithful flock will also be able to follow their Ducks and find out more information about nightly promotions and so much more. As the pitch misses outside, the count even up at 1-1 to Wilson. So much more, including player signings, league activities, and more. The Ducks are tweeting right now, and you can follow along at twitter.com/LIDucks. Here's the pitch from Kreider. Fastball misses upstairs. Count now 2 balls and a strike. If you followed the Ducks on Twitter, you knew all about the delay. We were giving updates on the situation when we went into a delay, when the Blue Crabs announced a tentative start time as well. Kreider comes set at the letters. Now the pitch. Swing a ground ball, hit out towards shortstop. Scooped there by Dan Lyons. He throws across to first. That's in time to retire Zach Wilson. That's out number 1 here in the 8th inning. 6-3 on the ground out, induced by Patrick Kreider. That's now 5 in a row retired for Ducks pitching, dating back to the 6th inning. Rob Rogers and Kreider have done it. Elsewhere around the Atlantic League, they're underway in Lancaster. They're in the bottom of the 4th after that game got started in a rain delay. 2-1 the score, the Barnstormers over the Revolution. They're in the bottom of the 8th inning in Bridgeport. The Bridgeport Bluefish lead the New Britain Bees 5-3. Pitch misses high and outside to Michael Snyder. Count 1 ball and no strikes. Snyder's 0 for 3, a pop out, a fly out, and a ground out in today's game. And they are in the bottom of the 7th inning at TD Bank Ballpark in Bridgewater, New Jersey. The Sugarland Skeeters breaking out the whooping sticks tonight on the Somerset Patriots. As the 1-0 pitch is in for a strike count, now even at 1-1. 11-0. 11-0. The Sugarland Skeeters on top of the Somerset Patriots in the bottom of the 7th inning. Kreider comes set, now the 1-1. That one misses upstairs, the count 2 balls and a strike. Snyder, a dangerous hitter at the plate. We chronicled he's second in the Atlantic League in home runs this year, but first among active players, as only Casey Hobson of the Lancaster Barnstormers has hit more home runs than Snyder. Snyder's got 17, Hobson at 21. But Hobson no longer a Barnstormer as the pitch is swung on and hit in the air out towards right center field. Tracking in on it is Phelan Lentini, and he makes the catch for out number 2 in the inning. So 2 up and 2 set aside for Patrick Kreider. Working on a streak of 3 straight scoreless appearances is Kreider. So despite the increased workload as of late, that's been effective. So here's Corey Vaughn. Vaughn's had himself an interesting night, a walk, then he reached on an error on what, quite frankly, could have and should have been ruled a hit. I'm surprised they didn't give it to him. And then he also had a hit later on in the game and scored a run. First pitch on the way to Vaughn is swung on and missed, and the count's 0-1. Corey Vaughn at .269 on the season in terms of his batting average entering play today. 6 home runs, 31 runs batted in. Kreider set the 0-1. So he had a ground ball to the left side of the infield, picked on the backhand by Lyons. He throws across to first, but it's low, and it gets away from Angelo Sanko. Vaughn reaches safely at first base, and I think that one is a little bit more of a clear-cut error going against Dan Lyons this time. Although again, we will await the official scoring decision to be put up out on the manual scoreboard, and it will be an error going against the Ducks, their second miscue of the night. So that brings up LJ Hose with 2 outs in the 8th inning. Ryder here trying to get an inning of work and keep us tied at 4 heading into the 9th. David Ardsma eagerly awaiting down at the end of the Ducks bullpen, hoping for an opportunity to get up and get a save opportunity if the Ducks can take the lead in the top of the 9th. Kreider set the pitch to Hose. Fastball misses well high and outside, gets off the glove of Berg, goes to the backstop, and down to second goes Corey Vaughn on the wild pitch. So now the go-ahead run is in scoring position for the Blue Crabs with 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th inning. And Alex Berg will come out to the pitcher's mound to change up the signs with Patrick Kreider. Home plate umpire Jim Clayton is escorting Berg out to the mound to make sure that's what's discussed, so no timeout charged against the Ducks, who have used 1 of their 3 timeouts tonight. The Blue Crabs have also used 1 timeout. Of course, as part of the pace of play measures in the Atlantic League, each team is allotted 3 timeouts per game. So Kreider looking into Berg for his signs as Vaughn now takes his lead off second base. He's got some good wheels for a big guy out at second base, does Vaughn. 6'3", 235, but again, he runs well. Kreider comes set, a look back at Vaughn, now the pitch. Swing of fly ball lifted foul. Back behind home plate, Berg sheds the mask, gave it a couple of steps, and then watched it sail well out of play. And wraps out of the stadium count, now even at 1-1 to LJ Hose. This is the 9th professional season for Hose. Was a third-round draft pick of the Baltimore Orioles back in 2008. Spent 4 years in Major League Baseball. The Orioles in 12, and then from 13 to 15 with the Houston Astros. Now the pitch on the outside corner for a called strike, and the count now 1-2. And Hose and Duck center fielder Quentin Berry, very good friends in the industry. And you see that a lot, especially nowadays with guys moving around teams so much and playing on so many teams as during the winter and fall ball in the Arizona Fall League and all that. You get friendships that span teams and leagues. Now the pitch, fouled off by Hose, a defensive swing. Count remains at 1-2. One of the great things about the camaraderie throughout baseball is you get those friendships and you never know where you're going to run into each other sometime down the road. I'm sure a couple of years ago when both Berry and Hose were playing in the bigs, they never imagined that they would run into each other on the baseball diamond. Outside of that, here they are. It's always a happy reunion when something like that happens. Now the pitch. Hose lines it into left field. That's going to be a base hit. Here comes Vaughn, waved around third. He will come in to score, and it's an RBI single for LJ Hose. And the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs take the one-run lead. It's now 5-4 Southern Maryland. An unearned run after the error. A LJ Hose RBI single. That brings up Zach Cohn now with Patrick Kreider in damage control mode. Keep this at a one-run game here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Cohn's got a 2-run single to his name in the bottom of the 6th. Here's the pitch from Kreider. In for a strike. Hose running. Throw down to second is not in time. Hose swipes second base. And gets himself in a scoring position. Still with 2 outs here in the inning. For LJ Hose, that is his first stolen base of the season, though this is just his 11th game played as a member of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Hose with his leadoff second. It's a healthy one as Kreider comes set, takes a look back, and now delivers. The pitch. That one misses outside. Count even up at 1 ball and 1 strike to Zach Cohn. Blue Crabs fans rhythmically clapping, trying to make some noise and disturb Patrick Kreider. Comes set, now the pitch. Swing a fly ball lifting in the air to right field, but it is spacious out there. Lentini drifting back on it, has it lined up and makes the catch for out number 3 in the frame. But the Blue Crabs score 1 run on 1 hit, 1 error, and leave 1 man on base. It's a 5-4 advantage for Southern Maryland heading to the top of the 9th. You're listening to Long Island Ducks baseball on the Ducks Broadcast Network.
Hey fans, this is catcher Alex Berg, and you're listening to Ducks baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
Going way back is Joe Holden, and he is looking up, and that one is headed to field 5 at Robert Moses. The waves are gnarly, and the Ducks have tied it at 1. That was another home run for the Ducks. And Duck fans, what's more fun than a home run that helps the Ducks win a game? How about a homer that helps the community win? Chappie's Funeral Home and the Long Island Ducks have once again teamed up for the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 homers this season, Chappie's Funeral Home will donate $5,000 to the Quackerjack Foundation. So every time a Ducks hitter goes deep this season, watch for the Chappie's Challenge home run count on the scoreboard. And if we reach 1...
Can't get enough of the Long Island Ducks? Well, now you can get even more inside info on your favorite hometown team through Facebook and Twitter. The Ducks are constantly updating fans through social media with scores, transactions, ballpark promotions, and much more. You can even win great prizes. All you'll need to do is make a free account on Facebook and Twitter, and then visit us at facebook.com/LIDucks and twitter.com/LIDucks. Think you're Long Island's biggest Ducks fan? Get connected now.
Baseball fans, have you downloaded the official Long Island Ducks mobile app yet? Powered by Clear Vision Apps, you can buy tickets and stay up to date on Long Island's hometown team right on your mobile device. Download the app today for free. You can do that at the App Store on your Apple-powered device or Google Play on your Android-powered device. We go to the top of the ninth. It's the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs 5 and the Long Island Ducks 4. And in to pitch for Southern Maryland, their 5th pitcher of the night, and it will be Cody Epley. Cody Epley, the closer for Southern Maryland, who has 21 saves on the season, a 1-3 record across 34 games, and a team-leading 2.51 ERA, 30 strikeouts, 9 walks, 26 hits. Opponents hitting just .220 against Epley, who trails only David Carpenter in terms of saves in the Atlantic League this season. Epley will face Dan Lyons, Phelan Lentini, and Quentin Berry. 9-1-2 in the Ducks lineup, as the Ducks need a run here to stay alive and just extend this one to the bottom of the ninth. 2 runs would give them the lead, and they touched up Epley when he last faced the Ducks back on July 1st. One of those 3 losses that Epley took was against Long Island in that game. That was after Robert Carson came in, gave up 4 runs in the bottom of the 8th inning. Then Epley entered and gave up another 4. First pitch from Epley. This is in for a strike. And the count's 0-1 to Dan Lyons. Thank you for spending your Friday evening here with us. It was a beautiful night, except for that 43-minute rain delay that we experienced before the top of the 8th inning. Now the pitch from Epley. One misses low. The count 1 ball and 1 strike to Dan Lyons. Guy who always seems to be in the middle of big moments for the Ducks throughout his years with the team. Maybe another one here. Epley comes set. Now the pitch to Lyons. Misses low and outside and skips all the way to the backstop. Count now 2-1. Lyons, 2-run double back in the 6th inning. 1 out of 3 tonight. Touches home plate with the end of his bat. Black on the barrel. Natural pine color down on the handle. Now the pitch from Epley. Swing a tapper, foul at home plate. Came and caught Lyons in the batter's box. Count now even up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Dan Lyons, at the end of August, about a month and a half from now, will turn 33 years old. Still having a fine season for the Ducks. Here's the pitch from Epley. Swing the tapper, foul at home plate again. Lyons just got a piece of that one to stay alive. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And against a guy like Epley, that's what you got to do. You got to fight, you got to battle, and you have to make sure that you don't swing at any of his pitches, but you still protect, especially with 2 strikes. As he is just such a dangerous pitcher. That's why he's been so successful here in the Atlantic League. Epley comes set. Now the pitch. Swing a line drive, hitting to right field, falling fast, coming on Zach Cohn, and he picks it off about chin high on the run. And that's out number 1 here in the inning. So Lyons flies out to right field for the first out. That'll bring up Phelan Lentini. Lentini 1 for 4 tonight with a single and a run scored back in the first inning. Ducks as a team, 9 hits, though all of them coming against Darrell Thompson in the first 6 innings of the game. The offense has gone dry against the Blue Crab bullpen. Here's the pitch from Epley. Fastball misses low. The count 1 ball and no strikes. Epley now comes set. Here's the pitch. One just misses outside. The count 2 balls and no strikes. Luis Allen tried to frame that one, but Jim Clayton, the home plate umpire, was not having any of it. So the count now 2 balls and no strikes to Phelan Lentini. Epley set the pitch. Swinging a ground ball hit out towards shortstop. Scooped up by Edwin Garcia. His throw to Zach Wilson in time. And that is out number 2 here in the 9th inning. So the Ducks down to their final quack here in the top of the 9th with Quentin Berry coming up to the plate. Berry's had a 2-for-4 game with his stolen base. One of his better games offensively. Of course, it is only game number 4 for Berry since joining the Long Island Ducks late last week. The winner in this game would be Craig Stem. The loser would be Patrick Kreider. Epley bidding for his 22nd save. That is if the Ducks don't have a comeback in him. Pitch is lined foul by Berry. No balls and 1 strike. It was a 2-out rally in the top of the 6th that scored 3 runs for Long Island, and at the time gave them a 4-1 lead, but since 4 unanswered runs by Southern Maryland, they've given the Blue Crabs this 1-run advantage in the top of the 9th inning. Epley, a long look in at Allen. Now he comes set. Here's the pitch. Misses outside, and the count even up at 1-1. After Berry, if he can keep the inning alive, Lou Ford stands on deck. Wouldn't that be something? Ford got a chance. Here's the pitch. This is low, and the count now 2 balls and a strike. For all of Ford's heroics throughout his years on Long Island. Chance for some more perhaps tonight. Here's the pitch to Berry. Swing and a miss. And the Ducks now down to their final strike of the night. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bases empty, top of the 9th inning. Cody Epley trying to close it out for Southern Maryland. Quentin Berry trying to keep it alive for the Long Island Ducks. Epley comes set. Here's the 2-2. Misses low and inside, and the count now full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Berry just looking for a way to extend this game. As is everyone in the Ducks dugout. Now the 3-2. Swinging a foul tip, and Allen can't hang on. Berry just got a piece of that one, and Allen was unable to corral it as it hit off his catcher's gear. So Berry stays alive for 1 more pitch. This has been a great game for the word go. Strong pitchers duel and back and forth action. Now the pitch. Swinging a ground ball up the middle. Ranging to his right, Lozada. He throws on the run, low to first, not in time. Quentin Berry beats out an infield single with 2 outs in the top of the 9th inning. What great hustle by Berry. And the game will continue for Lou Ford with a man on first representing the go-ahead run at the plate. One of the big things that Kevin Baez and everyone around the Ducks loves about Quentin Berry is that speed dimension that he brings. And he brought it right there. Right when the Ducks needed him to. So now it's Lou Ford. Ford is 0 for 3. He was also reached by getting hit by a pitch. It's by Robert Carson back in the 7th. Epley's set. Here's the pitch to Ford. Runs inside. And did he hit him again? I don't know, but Berry's going to go down to second. Ford jackknifed out of the way of it. There was some kind of a noise that might have just been the ball hitting off of Luis Allen, the catcher. And that seems to be the indication. Wild pitch moves Quentin Berry into scoring position. And the count 1 ball and no strikes to Lou Ford. Now Kevin Baez heading out towards second base where Berry, I think, a little bit ginger getting up from that trip down to second. It looks like he's kind of grasping at his right quad or his right knee or something, but he waves off KB. It's out of baseball, a trainer. Ford will dig back in. Hitting .302, 6 home runs, 23 runs batted in, and a chance for a 24th standing at second base. A single to the outfield will at least give us a play at the plate with Barry's speed. Here's the pitch to Ford. Misses low for a ball. It's now 2-0. Angelo Sonko, the on-deck batter for Long Island. As Cody Epley trying not to blow a second save in a week against the Ducks. The Ducks trying to make him do it. The pitch. That one misses low, and the count 3 balls and no strikes to Lou Ford. How about this? Two outs, top of the 9th inning in a 1-run ball game and a tying run on second base. And a 3-0 count here to Lou Ford. Now the pitch. Taking all the way. There's a called strike at the knees. It's now 3-1. Barry with a good lead off second, being held on by the second baseman Jose Lozada, opening up a wide hole on the right side of the infield for Ford. Allen sets up outside. The pitch, swinging a ground ball, hit to first base. Gloved by Wilson. He takes it to the bag himself, and the ball game is over. The Ducks give it a run in the top of the 9th inning against Cody Epley, but come up empty, and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs are victorious tonight by a final score of 5-4. We'll take a step aside. We'll come back, give you the final totals, and a lot more on the Long Island Ducks postgame show. That's coming up next on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network. Again, the Blue Crabs win it 5-4.
Hey fan, this is a pitcher Amali Diaz, and you're listening to the Ducks baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
M&V Limousines is the official bus company of the Long Island Ducks. Family owned and operated, they've been in the business for over 24 years. M&V Limousines offers coach buses with Wi-Fi and restrooms, party buses, exotic limousines, and also recently acquired Hampton Luxury Liner with regular service from New York City to the Hamptons. They also offer a variety of vineyard tour options. Whether you're looking for transportation for weddings, proms, corporate outings, or long-distance trips, they've got the right vehicle for you. Visit their showroom in Comac or check them out online at mvlimo.com. M&V Limousines and Hampton Luxury Liner, the official bus company of the Long Island Ducks.
Family fun every time.
Beautiful evening for baseball.
Big action every time.
He reaches up, it's gone!
Great value every time.
And the Ducks have won it 7-1.
The Ducks schedule is loaded with new promotions this season, and with an average ticket price of just $10 and free parking, there is no better value on Long Island. For game times and tickets, visit liducks.com. Long Island Ducks baseball. Good times every time.
And we welcome you back to Regency Furniture Stadium in Waldorf, Maryland, where the Long Island Ducks tonight fell to the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs by a final score of 5-4. For the Blue Crabs, 5 runs, 8 hits, 1 error. They left 5 runners on base. Long Island Ducks, 4 runs on 10 hits. They committed 2 errors and left 8 on base. The Ducks got on the board first in the top of the first inning when Phelan Lentini singled and then advanced to third base, going first to third on a Quentin Berry single 3 pitches later. Then Lou Ford struck out for the first out of the inning, but then Angelo Sonko lifted a sacrifice fly to the warning track out in right field to put the Ducks on top 1-0. The Ducks eventually loaded the bases in the first inning, but Alex Berg struck out swinging to end the inning as the Ducks stranded the bases loaded. The 1-0 lead for Long Island was short-lived as Jose Lozada singled to lead things off in the bottom of the first inning, and then stole second and advanced to third on an Edwin Garcia flyout. Zach Wilson was up next. He lifted a sacrifice fly to center field, and then that tied up the game at 1. We went along in a game tied at 1 as Dennis O'Grady and Darrell Thompson dueled with zeros each for the next 4 innings. But then in the top of the 6th inning, the Ducks pushed across 3 unearned runs against Darrell Thompson, thanks to an RBI single from Giovanni Alfonso and a 2-run double from Dan Lyons. So the Ducks led 4-1 after the top of the 6th. But in the bottom of this sixth, it was 4 runs for the Blue Crabs coming against Dennis O'Grady, who didn't allow a run while he was in the game, but he left with the bases loaded and 1 out, and reliever Rob Rogers allowed all 3 inherited runners to come in to score, 2 on a single from Zach Cohen and 1 on a sacrifice fly by Luis Allen. The 7th inning was relatively uneventful on both sides, save for a Lou Ford hit by pitch. But then, as we got set for the start of the top of the 8th inning, it just started downpouring. A cell popped up out of nowhere, blew right through here in about 10 to 15 minutes of some pretty heavy rain. But credit to the Blue Crabs front office and their grounds crew being right on top of it. They got the tarp on quickly. The field took hardly any water. And so once the rain was done, all they had to do was pull the tarp, dump it, and we were ready for baseball. It was just a 43-minute rain delay before the top of the 8th inning. The Ducks went quietly in the top of the 8th, but then in the bottom of the 8th against Patrick Ryder, Zach Wilson grounded out, and Michael Snyder flew out to right field, but then a throwing error from Dan Lyons, very uncharacteristic of Dan, normally very sure-handed out at shortstop. Let Corey Vaughn get to first base, then a wild pitch advanced him to second, and an L.J. Hose single to left field scored Vaughn to give Southern Maryland a 5-4 advantage. From that point, it was up to Cody Epley to try and close things down for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs in the top of the 9th inning. He got Dan Lyons to fly out to right field, Valent Lentini to ground out to shortstop, then Quentin Berry beat out an infield single and advanced to second on a wild pitch. With 2 outs, with Lou Ford at the plate, it looked like a little bit of life from the Ducks, but Ford grounded out to first base to end the game. We'll take a step aside, come back, check scores from around the Atlantic League next, and then wrap things up here from Regency Furniture Stadium. You're listening to Long Island Ducks Baseball on the Ducks Broadcast Network.
Hey fans, this is pitcher Tyler Wilson, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network.
Have your birthday at the ballpark this season and celebrate with the flock. Kona Ice birthday party packages with the Long Island Ducks are now available. Each package includes 10 box seats, a commemorative birthday t-shirt and autographed baseball, a pizza and Kona Ice party in the Hebrew National Picnic area, and so much more. Best of all, the birthday child will stand on the dugout while the entire crowd sings happy birthday. Reserve your party today by calling the group sales department at 631-940-3825. Kona Ice birthday parties with the Long Island Ducks, a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
Long Island's Ford Giant is celebrating its 60th year anniversary. Stop by Sayville Ford to check out their state-of-the-art showroom featuring enclosed service drives, luxurious customer lounge, and a larger selection to choose from. Get giant savings on hundreds of new and used vehicles in stock. Sayville Ford's 60th anniversary celebration is going on now. Visit SayvilleFord.com or download the Sayville Ford app today to learn more about Sayville Ford's 60th anniversary savings. Call 631-589-4800 today.
And welcome you back to Regency Furniture Stadium on the Long Island Ducks post-game show on the Ducks Broadcast Network. Joe Vasile here with you as the Ducks fall to the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs 5-4 tonight. Let's get you caught up on some of the scores from around the Atlantic League. Right now, in the top of the 9th inning, the Sugarland Skeeters lead the Somerset Patriots by a blowout score of 12-0. Actually, that game has just gone into the bottom of the 9th inning, and they're in the top of the 6th inning in Lancaster. It's the York Revolution 3 and the Lancaster Barnstormers 2. One other game has gone final. The New Britain Bees fell to the Bridgeport Bluefish 5-3 tonight at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. Here at Regency Furniture Stadium, final lines for the Long Island Ducks. It was 4 runs on 10 hits, 2 errors, and 8 left on base. For the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, 5 runs on 8 hits, 1 error, and 5 left on base. The winner was Craig Stem. He improves to 1-1 on the season. The loser, and undeservedly so, was Patrick Ryder. Really no fault of his own. 0-5 on the season now for Kreider, despite an ERA of 2.4. and Cody Epley recorded his 22nd save of the season. Time of the game, 3 hours and 24 minutes, including a 43-minute rain delay, and they haven't announced the attendance as of yet. And so that does it for us tonight here from Regency Furniture Stadium. I want to thank Mike Pollock, Mike Pfaff, and everyone back home in Central Islip for their help in preparation for tonight's game, and the entire crew here at Regency Furniture Stadium with the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, not only for their excellent tarp work tonight, but for their hospitality throughout the day. My name is Joe Vasile. Tomorrow night, the Ducks back in action, 6:35 p.m. start. It'll be Rafael Perez going up against Drew Hayes of the Blue Crabs. Don't miss it all. We'll have the pregame show right here on the Long Island Ducks Broadcast Network starting at 6:20 p.m. From Regency Furniture Stadium, Joe Vasile, final score for the final time. It's the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs 5 and the Long Island Ducks 4. We'll talk to you again tomorrow night. Enjoy your Friday, and so long from Waldorf, Maryland.